welcome to the Union Township Board of Trustees meeting for February 8th, 2022. It is 6 p.m. And please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Let the record show that all three trustees and the fiscal officer, Mr. Ron Campbell, are present. We've got a lot on the agenda tonight. I am going to try to work us through efficiently and try to target within an hour. First item, gentlemen, I'm looking for a motion for the approval of minutes for January 11th, 2022, regular meeting minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, call the roll.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
And looking for a motion to approve the January 11th, 2022 zoning meeting minutes.
So moved.
Second. Roll call. Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Mr. Campbell, any correspondence tonight?
No, sir, I have none. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to proclamations and special presentations. I do have one to present. This is Resolution 2022-10. Resolution honoring the Cincinnati Bengals NFL football franchise for reaching Super Bowl 56 for the first time since Super Bowl 23, and a further declaring February 13th, 2022 as Who Day in Union Township, Clermont County, Ohio. Whereas the Cincinnati Bengals successfully competed in 3 rounds of the American Football Conference playoffs, earning a spot in Super Bowl 56, and whereas the Cincinnati Bengals have beaten the Las Vegas Raiders during the wild card round of the playoffs, the Tennessee Titans during the divisional round and the playoffs, and the Kansas City Chiefs during the AFC Championship game, on their way to competing against the Los Angeles Rams in Super Bowl 56, played on Sunday, February 13, 2022, and hosted at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles, California. And whereas the Cincinnati Bengals are making their first Super Bowl appearance since Super Bowl 23, and whereas the entire greater Cincinnati metropolitan area, including Union Township, Clermont County, Ohio, desires the Cincinnati Bengals to successfully compete and claim victory Super Bowl 56 against the Los Angeles Rams on Sunday, February 13, 2022, and whereas Sunday, February 13, 2022, will be a momentous day in Union Township, Clermont County, and the greater Cincinnati metropolitan area as Bengals fans unite to cheer their beloved Cincinnati Bengals onward to victory in Super Bowl 56. And whereas Union Township Board of Trustees desire to officially honor and recognize the Cincinnati Bengals NFL franchise for this outstanding achievement, and further wishes to honor and support the Cincinnati Bengals on February 13, 2022, as they compete for the NFL Super Bowl championship in Super Bowl 56. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of Union Township, Clermont County, hereby declare Sunday, February 13, 2022, as Who Day in Union Township, Clermont County, Ohio, in order to honor the outstanding achievement by the Cincinnati Bengals in their pursuit of victory in Super Bowl 56. Gentlemen, do I have a motion?
I don't know how you can read that fast.
I'm trying to get everyone through efficiently tonight. We all got the point. It's, we've got a strong proclamation for them.
What is that proclamation number?
2022-10. And I do apologize, gentlemen. It was something I added this morning to the agenda that did not get pushed out yet.
Well, there probably needs to be some discussion on it.
I need a second person.
I will make a motion for Proclamation 2022-10.
And I will second that motion.
Fantastic. Any discussion, gentlemen?
Who day?
Who Day? All right. Mr. Campbell, call the roll.
Mr. Dills?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Mr. Wright, did you write that up?
I put some of it together.
Well done. Put some time and energy into that.
He's quick action over there, I tell you that. All right, moving on. We've got down to public comments at this time. Anyone for public comments? Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Chris Henderson Johns, and I really appreciate the opportunity to address all of the trustees. My wife Nicole and I have lived in Union Township now for 8 years, and alongside with our almost 5-year-old twins, we've come to call this place home. We came here as United Methodist pastors, and I served at Mount Moriah for a brief time. My wife serves at Batavia Faith United Methodist, and she also served at Summerside until its recent closure. We just purchased the home that we have lived in since Summerside closed, and we plan to be here for the long haul. Mr. Logue, I apologize, I've not had the opportunity to meet you. Mr. Dills, I met you last summer at the police night out, and Mr. Becker, you called me during the campaign, but I was at an event with my Camaro Club, and we were never able to reconnect, and I apologize.
Made 4,500 phone calls.
But I want to congratulate both you, Mr. Becker, and Mr. Dills, as our newly elected trustees, and I want to thank you, Mr. Logue, all of you, for what you do to serve our great township. A few years ago, I transitioned careers, and now I work for more family funeral homes, and we have participated in Police Night Out, but we continue to look for ways to partner with our communities that we serve. While our physical locations are in Batavia and Newtown, many of our families live in between, which is Union Township. So I have no agenda other than to let you know that we want to be a place, more than a place, where people come at a time of loss. We want to be a community partner, and I come to you tonight just saying, if there's something we can do, ask us. If there's anything that we can do to better partner with you, call us, let us know. That's what we want to do. I also hope to attend these meetings in the future as a way just to keep informed, but also as a resident with a family, now a homeowner, and as someone who wants nothing best for each of you as you continue to make our township one of the best places to live in the greater Cincinnati area. And I thank you for that. And if I may, I wrote this, so nobody sent me here. But Chief, I want a word with you and for a chief of our police department. My transition from Mount Moriah involved me trying to take my own life. And I was told at the hospital that I had about 20 minutes, and I was found. And Chief, it was your first responders, it was the Union Township Police Department that saved my life.
God bless you.
And I just want to say thank you to all of you. I apologize, it's been almost 5 years since I've been here. In the almost past 5 years since, every time I see Union Township Police or Fire Department, I try to take care of their order at Kroger or at UDF or wherever. But I just want to say thank you. You guys do an amazing job. You saved me and countless others. And so I stand before you tonight, and I just want to say thank you for everything you do. I know you've got 2 new folks coming on, and God bless you all. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
That's good, Chris. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. Really appreciate the comments, and God bless you. Thank you for being here tonight. Appreciate the words. And gentlemen, yes, sir. No, not for, just public.
How are you gentlemen this evening?
Good evening.
My name is Robert Hunley. I've been a property owner in Union Township now for 18 years. I've lived in the township longer than 18 years. I'm going to be a future resident over in the cemetery, which is why I'm here tonight. Past administrations have set up some rules in the cemetery that I'm having issues with. It has to do with people who have been cremated. You're not allowed to put any flowers out for anybody that's been cremated. I find this to be an issue, mostly because I lost my wife here a few years ago. She requested to be cremated. In my time of grief, her original request couldn't be made. She wanted to be put with her father in Gates of Heaven Cemetery. But it would have been like he was here, she would have been over at Meyer, as far as location in the cemetery. Her next request was to be put with me. So what I did is I went to the nearest cemetery, which is Mount Moriah. Bought 2 niches. Had to wait for them to actually be installed before I could get one. Bad grief period in my life. Wasn't informed of any of the rules. I assume somebody dies, you're allowed to put flowers in their place. Then I was informed that you're not. Tried to do it on her birthday after she passed. Not allowed to put flowers on the, what do you call them, columbarials. And I've called around, it's not a unusual thing, other cemeteries do it. Somebody who sat in those chairs previously had decided, and the excuse that was made to me at the cemetery is it's about aesthetics. They didn't think it would look good to have flowers on everybody's little niche. Since then, I've done some research. I actually went to another cemetery here in Clermont County who does allow, they're not really vases, but they're a way to attach flowers to the niche. And I brought you some pictures. If you don't, can I bring them up to you?
Yes, please.
I prefer number 1. Number 1, it's a tube.
Yeah,
It don't have a bottom in it. It's only about this big. Now this one, there you go, you can see how big that is. Now it has a bottom in it. This is Italian brass with a gentleman. These can be added to the cost of the niche. I'm willing to fork out my money right now to get one.
Okay.
It's like soldiers in a row. You put them in the same place on every door.
Yep.
It's not rocket science. Now there's other ones. See, now there's what it looks like with a flower.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
There's the top of it. And the last option is a completely different thing. It's a lot bigger. Not a lot bigger, it's about 4 inches. But I prefer this one because it doesn't have a hole in it. That way snow and ice can't clog it up like in this one.
Okay.
If you understand what I mean.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave these with you.
Yeah, please.
Thank you. I want you guys to consider this.
Please take my card back. One's for you and one's for Mr. Chris Henderson.
No worries.
Right behind you there.
But yeah, I don't want to move my wife, because right now, I live next to the cemetery. I mean, literally, I can see it off my front porch. Now, she's on the other end of the cemetery from where I live, but I'm looking for what you would say sympathy for the dead and compassion for the living. I want my son to be able to give his mother flowers on Mother's Day. I want to be able to give my wife flowers on Valentine's Day and her birthday and on Christmas and on any other day I want to. Not only that, but other people are over there doing makeshift stuff too. If you ever go back in there, I don't know if you've ever been back in there or not, but there's a lot of stuff laying around people's niches. They're laying on the ground. People want to remember people.
Yeah.
Now, right now, you've got, let's see, you got 36 of the short ones. Those are the 2. Then you just put in another 72. So you've got 3 units of 72 altogether. Assuming everybody has 10 relatives. You multiply those numbers. That's how many lives you'll affect by letting us just remember the people who passed away.
Yeah.
That's all I'm asking. And you 3 gentlemen can make a vote right now to change this rule. It's just ridiculous that you can't let people who's been cremated have a flower. I think it's ridiculous. Other people I've talked to thinks it's ridiculous. I intentionally waited till after the election before I brought this issue up here. Then I intentionally waited till you gentlemen got sworn in before I came up here. I had, unlike the gentleman that before me, I do have an agenda, but it's not just for me.
Yeah.
It's for everybody who's going to be cremated.
Yeah.
And I don't see an issue with it. The lady at the cemetery, that's from Deerfield Township, or Deerfield Road Cemetery. She's trying to get me to move my wife over there.
Okay.
They have an inside mausoleum type deal. I don't know if you've ever been over there. It's really
Yes,
nice.
yes, yeah.
I mean, they put coffins and cremations inside that building. It's really fancy stuff.
Yes.
But one of those options should work.
Yeah.
And like I said, you just uniformly put them up in the same location on each little door, and it'll be like soldiers standing in a row. It's not aesthetically unpleasing, and even if it is, so what?
Yeah, no, sir. Mr. Huntley, I appreciate you bringing this forward and sharing that, and also your timing of that. Give us the opportunity to hear that from the residents, hear that from yourself. I know it's unique, but it's not unique for you. And it's, we've got to honor the love, our memories of our loved ones.
That's
and,
right.
I mean, there's no better way, and I see the American flag here in one of these as well.
Yes, sir.
So, yeah, so thank you for bringing this forward. And frankly,
Technically,
I'd like to take a few minutes on
I was going to say,
on this.
technically, you
Okay.
could vote on this right now.
So,
Mr. Chairman, if I ask a question?
yes, yeah,
Well,
please.
Robert first. Oh,
I was gonna say, yeah, a motion on something and then
So-
a second and a discussion.
Robert, first off, out of sight, out of mind. I had no idea. I had no
Oh, a
idea.
lot of people don't. Like I
And-
said,
and
I was
so-
blindsided by it till I wanted to put flowers over there.
Yeah.
They didn't tell me that. They also have another deal going on that they don't tell you about. You can buy a plot and stick 6 cremations in one plot. They didn't tell me that either.
Yeah.
I mean, you probably didn't know that. I didn't know you could do that.
So, okay.
I was say, no, this is great because I mean, something from, we're, in February right now. And something that's part of having a new board, it's an opportunity to get with department heads, get feedback, get, what ideas for things that can change. This honestly hits down the same path, something recently I spoke with Mr. Wright about, and that's to open up our gym in the Civic Center for use by the West Clermont youth basketball program.
Yes.
Because I've walked through here several times, it feels very underutilized. We want it utilized. I think of this in the nature of the same thing. It's the aesthetics, but that's more or less a personal opinion or position. And I think that this board has allowed the opportunity. Of course, we're going to get some feedback from Mr. Taylor. It's his department. It's something that we want to empower him to be able to look at and take a look at, as far as that goes. But I would put the motion, or gentlemen, I would ask the motion on the table right now to entertain the motion for Mr. Taylor to research the next steps with that and actually making a recommendation for how they, how the cemetery wants to move forward with this. And Mr. Taylor, I don't want to put you on the spot, but do you have any red flags that there's a significant issue with that, to have these there?
Without, obviously looking at it.
Yeah.
And being able to tell you, off the cuff, I don't see any issues with
Okay.
it, but I haven't looked at it,
Okay.
and I'll do a little research, and
Okay.
I'll talk to the cemetery
Okay.
staff as well.
So I'll ask for a motion to empower Mr. Taylor to take the next steps for researching this as far as a successful outcome to identify one of these to create the capability to do that. And giving him the authority to act on that. Now, if there's a cost, something associated, he may have to come to the board for that additional support. But we can take the first step.
Where I got those pictures, the one next to the Sharpie is $150.
Okay?
I don't know what the number 1 option is.
And the customer can carry that cost.
You can,
Yeah.
at that
Yep.
cemetery, they add it into the niche.
Yep.
The customer doesn't have a choice whether or not they get one, it just comes with it, it's automatic. It's like buying shoes with shoestrings.
Okay.
So,
Mr. Huntley, this time, can I
Yes,
open the
sir.
floor to the board here, and we'll move forward with that discussion here, and do you have anything further to add on that?
No, sir.
Thank you for making us
Thank you,
aware.
Mr.
I
Chairman.
really
No worries.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, you
Thank
have a good night.
No, thank you very much.
so I will make that motion.
Okay.
And I'll second.
And then let's,
Any discussion then, gentlemen?
yeah, and Mr. Taylor, I can't say thank you enough. Now this is me thinking quick trigger, without putting much thought into it and letting Mr. Taylor dissect it and, but, you absolutely have my yes vote on this. I will absolutely be, if it makes sense and if we can do it. First off, shame on me for not knowing that we did not have that. And secondly, quite frankly, shame on this board, because, my grandmother is cremated. Now she's at my aunt's house, but if she was at a cemetery, I would want to put flowers there on her birthday or Christmas or whatever. And so I did not know. And so if I have anything to say about it, if it makes sense, Mr. Taylor says we get his blessing on it, which I think we will, you absolutely have my support, and this will move forward. I want you to know that. And thank you again, because out of sight, out of mind, I had no idea. And so appreciate that. Yeah. Well said,
And-
well said.
and it's a great time that you brought that forward, because Mr. Taylor knows, I mean, I've said to him, now's the time, we're early on, I want a review of the cemetery rules, fees, everything that's kind of going on, to be able to bring. So this is great, because it's something that fits right in there for an update. So this is perfect, so thank you, well timed.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I agree with all that. You know, a lot of times I find there's good reasons for the policies we have, and a lot of times it's more, let's just what we've always done. It's not really a good reason.
Correct.
So, yeah, I'd say between now and the next meeting, we'll know and have a resolution to either explain it or change it, one or the other.
Or we're empowering Mr. Taylor, if there's no essential cost or anything associated with him, and we're empowering him right now to be able to act and take those steps. So he'll loop the board in as far as best path forward, but we're giving him the power on that right now as well, so, okay. Do you need a roll call on that for motion?
We have a motion. Motion and a second. So roll call. Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes,
Motion carries.
all right. Thank you. Any more public comments this evening? Okay, I'll close the public comment section, seeing none. Personnel actions, Chief Donnelly, should be able to introduce our 2 personnel actions that we have for tonight. Quick admin note, we'll do the personnel actions, and once we get through the personnel actions, we'll come around, we'll get a picture with both personnel and their families, so we can do that all at one time. Chief?
Thank you, Mr. Logue. This evening, I would like to introduce and recommend Mr. Nicholas Holtz for consideration for a position as a full-time firefighter paramedic. He comes to Union Township with more than 15 years of experience in the fire and EMS field. He currently holds certifications as a firefighter, paramedic, instructor, fire investigator, and fire safety inspector. He has successfully completed all aspects of the hiring process, including the oral and written testing, interviews, background, and polygraph examinations. I would recommend a conditional offer of employment to Mr. Holtz as a full-time firefighter paramedic at a rate of pay consistent with Step 3 of the collective bargaining agreement effective March 7th, 2022 at 7 a.m., pending successful completion of a physical examination.
Gentlemen, do I have a motion to hire Nicholas Holtz for the position of firefighter paramedic Step 3 in accordance with the collective bargaining agreement with an effective date of March 7th, 2022 at 7 a.m.?
So moved?
And so seconded.
Any discussion?
Which department are you coming from?
Pierce Township.
Oh, okay, good. So,
So you're moving up.
Yes, sir.
oh, good. Yeah.
Opening the door for them to come back with something there, Mr. Becker. No,
Mr. Becker,
welcome.
just a point of clarification, that it doesn't matter where they're coming from, they're moving up. when they
Oh,
come
oh,
in.
well said.
Good point, good point.
Yeah, well said, well
There,
said.
see, there's the catch-22 on that one.
I'm trying to bail him out.
All right, I think we're good with discussion. Roll call, Mr. Campbell?
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Welcome aboard, Mr. Holtz.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah. Congratulations. Hey, congratulations, welcome.
Welcome aboard.
Congratulations, sir.
Chief, if you would move forward with our second personnel action of the evening.
Thank you again. This evening, I would like to secondly introduce and recommend Mr. Ross Yaden for consideration for a position of full-time firefighter paramedic. He has more than 3 years of experience in the fire and EMS field, currently holding certifications as a firefighter and a paramedic. He has also successfully completed his associate's degree in fire science technology and is currently actively pursuing his fire science degree, his bachelor's degree in fire science as well. He too has successfully completed all aspects of the hiring process. I would recommend a conditional offer of employment for Mr. Yaden as a full-time firefighter paramedic at a rate of pay consistent with Step 1 of the collective bargaining agreement effective March 7th, 2022 at 7:01 a.m. pending successful completion of his physical examination.
Gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion to hire Ross Yaden for the position of firefighter paramedic step 1 in accordance with collective bargaining agreement with effective date of March 7th, 2022, 7:01 a.m. Do I have a motion?
So moved?
Second.
Any discussion, gentlemen?
Same question. Which fire department you come from?
I'm coming from Westchester and Coleraine.
Oh, you're
Fire
definitely
Department.
moving up then. Excellent, excellent.
Moving to Clermont County.
Moving to Clermont County. Good. Do you live in this area?
I live in Coleraine Township,
Oh, so, okay, so that's gonna be a hike.
about 30 minutes or so.
Okay, yeah. We're happy to have you on, my friend.
I appreciate it.
Welcome aboard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion, gentlemen? All right, Mr. Campbell, call the roll.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. I appreciate the
Congratulations, yeah.
opportunity.
If you guys wanted to move to Clermont, we would definitely like that.
Yeah. Living personality.
Congratulations. Welcome. Let's see. So now.
Oh, yeah.
Pictures. Let's head down. We do one family, another family? I mean, we're all one family now, so. You don't want us photo bombing. All right, we're moving ahead to department reports. Chief Dimling, if you may, for Fire and Emergency Medical Services.
Thank you. For the month of January 2022, the department handled 222 fire and service call responses, 592 emergency medical responses, and those involved 601 patients, and we transported 422 to local hospitals. The department completed 1,089 hours of training, participated in 12 public education details. We had a busy ride-along month with local EMTs and paramedics in training hours of 95 hours. Completed 8 life safety inspections and participated in 4 inspections with the Clermont County Building Department and Permit Central. And that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Gentlemen, any questions or comments?
Yeah, Chief Diamond? The top 3 items there, the fire and service call responses, 222, EMS, 592, and patient contacts, 601, hospital transports, 422. A lot of people might not know, and I didn't prior to this evening, kind of compare and contrast, especially really the top 2 or 3, how they're different from each other.
So, sure. So the emergency medical responses, those are strictly our paramedic runs or ambulance runs, is the way most people would refer to them. So those are strictly an EMS call where somebody, heart attack, injury, stroke, a medical run of some kind. The first category where it says fire and service call responses, we're required to meet a lot of different local, state, and federal standards as far as national standards about reporting requirements. And the reporting requirements on the fire side goes to what is called the NFIR system. It's the National Fire Incident Reporting System. And it breaks everything else that we do in multiple categories. And it's probably 60 different categories. So in that, of course, is fire calls. That could be a dumpster fire, car fire, commercial building fire. Sunday, we had an apartment fire. Of course, those fall into those categories. But it also covers such things as a alarm drop. Well, and that alarm drop can be broken down into multiple categories. Was it a malfunction alarm? Was it steam mistaken for smoke? Was it a false alarm? So all those categories. CO detectors, chimney fires, just to name a few, gas leaks, good intent calls, lift assist, locks, outs, assist police. Again, there's like 60 different categories in there, so it's kind of the fire department has always been, when you don't know who else to call, you call the fire department. So all of those type of calls, in addition to what we would normally, that I think the general public would all refer to as an actual fire call, all fall into those service calls, and they're classified as service calls. They all get classified separately. They all get reported on the National Fire Incident Reporting System, not only at Union Township, but across the country for statistical purposes. Does that help, or is that?
Yes, thank you very much. I just did think of one other thing, though, that the public may not know about, and I didn't know about this till actually a few months ago. So each firehouse has a supply, correct me if I'm wrong here, of carbon monoxide detectors, as well as smoke detectors are free to Union Township residents. Is that correct?
That is correct, and 9-volt batteries. So yeah, any resident that needs a carbon monoxide detector, smoke detector, or 9-volt battery, they can call us on the non-emergency number to the fire department. They can stop by. Obviously, when you stop by, you run the risk of somebody might be there, they might not be there when you stop by. But you can certainly call, and we'll actually come and stop by and drop one off, or if you need help installing, we'll help you install it. But yes, sir, those are available to any township resident.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
John, I didn't know that either. Thanks for bringing that up. Yeah. No questions for me?
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Chief. Chief Caviglia with the Police Department.
Thank you, Mr. Luke. I'd like to first start by acknowledging and thanking Mr. Taylor and his department, his crew. 2 and 3 inches of sleet and ice is tough sled, and thank you for the good work on the township roads. We're able to get along just fine. Thank you. Gentlemen, for the report for January 2022, Communication Center handled approximately 3,200 calls for service and approximately 5,000 total calls. They processed 407 juvenile adult court-related documents sent to respective courts for processing. We handled 137 records requests. The public affairs side of things, we conducted a Cub Scout tour. Patrol Division, we investigated 277 crashes. We took 277 incident reports, 82 crashes, conducted 402 traffic stops, issued 121 citations, and 289 warnings. Took 467 field cards, made 106 criminal arrests, 96 traffic arrests, and we served 130 warrants. The K-9 units recovered 26 grams of marijuana, 12.5 grams of heroin, 50 grams of methamphetamine, and approximately 50 narcotic tablets. The Honor Guard continues to practice for the competition in Washington, D.C. in May. The investigations to date has closed 22 cases. The Staff Services Bureau, we're talking with the officers inside of the department, maybe on a new uniform look and refreshing the patch. I'll have more for the board as we continue. I'll keep you up to date. Training, we conducted 67 hours in January. Fuel cost was $10,000 with approximately 34,000 miles driven. That concludes my report.
Gentlemen, any questions or comments? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Both chiefs, thank you very much. Please extend our thanks, because not only with Matt Taylor's crew, but I know there's probably a lot of accidents, a lot of just stuff happening whenever the roads are that bad, so appreciate you both very much.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, that's the time of day that stresses all of our police, fire, and public services, so. No, thank you, Chief Caviglia. And when I was reviewing the report here, I had to do a quick calculation, 26,000 grams of marijuana, that's like 57 pounds of marijuana, right?
Right, so this was a
I
culmination.
calculated it.
Yeah, I kind of glossed over that. I was going to bring it up in the next meeting, but thank you for catching that. It was the culminative work of our drug unit
Okay.
that we supply members to the Clermont County Narcotics, and this was an investigation. I actually have a little more on that next month
Okay.
on the total seizure.
Okay.
But that 26 number was eye-catching.
Yes.
You know, if you watch Ozarks or some of those other shows, right, you'll see that much dope. You will. And to see that kind of stuff here in our career, you know, it's really unique, and we were able to identify, right? The drug unit identifies the suppliers, right? That's their job. Patrol job is to get the street dealers and the people causing trouble. Narcotics units to get the suppliers, and then we work with the federal government to go one step higher. So this was a great job by our narcotics unit.
Excellent.
Thank you,
Great.
sir.
Well, please pass on our thanks and appreciation. It's great to get the dope off the streets like that, so, all right.
Thank you, sir.
And I think you mentioned also looking at refreshing the patch as well.
We'll have some ideas moving forward. I think it'll be exciting for the community.
Good, that's exciting. I'm sure that the officers are, you know, anytime you get to put your fingerprints on something and make that collective impact, that's great. All right, thank you, Chief Caviglia.
Thanks, sir.
On to the Service Department, Mr. Matthew Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Merlot. Sorry. Sorry about that.
I do like Merlot, but
I was,
it's all
long
good.
day, long day.
We'll get to
Yes.
spring soon. We'll get to spring
Yes.
soon. Yes, go ahead.
In the cemetery division, from January 1st through the 31st, 22 burials were performed, generating $12,050. 11 resident graves were purchased, generating $6,050. 5 non-resident graves were purchased, generating $7,500. 4 columbarium niches were purchased, generating $7,400. The total amount generated for the period was $34,980.20. In the roads division, staff treated the roads for icy conditions on January 6th, 7th, 16th, 17th, and 28th, and a total of 26 work orders were completed on township roads. And 172 potholes were repaired on 20 township streets. In the Parks Division, staff performed the monthly playground inspections and performed necessary repairs on all township playgrounds. And 63 Christmas trees were collected during the Christmas tree recycling program. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Gentlemen, any comment or question or discussion?
Well, I'd say Mr. Taylor and his crew, his people have certainly been the heroes of Union Township this past week. Thank you very much. I know a lot of long hours and a lot of overtime, and put some miles on those trucks and salting those roads. And I tell you, you all kept up with it, did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We had some obstacles, but thank you.
Truck broke down, and
Yes.
these things happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a very thankless job. You know, we're all at home in a snowstorm, and your guys are out in the middle of it, so. And no matter what, you'll never make everyone happy, you know, I know that, you know, and so, but still, I appreciate you guys very much, very
It
much.
was an unusual event.
It really was.
Yes.
I did have a question. So how are we on our, so we just went through a massive snowstorm, ice storm. How are we on our salt supply
We
and calcium supply?
used quite a bit of it, of all liquids, calcium and brine, and we used quite a bit of salt. So I have more salt coming tomorrow. I ordered some last Wednesday in advance of this snowstorm, just not knowing the magnitude of this storm. So we are going to need probably a little more after this too.
So, how much can we store and supply?
Depending on how high you want to push it up, which we try not to get above the wall, because many, many years ago, we had a roof blowout of the salt shed.
I remember that.
Many years ago. So we don't try to go too far above. We don't have a piler, is what they used to put it in there with. So you can hold anywhere from 12 to maybe 1,500. It depends on how high you want to get it in the center.
Fair enough, okay. Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, sir.
All right, yeah, thank you, Mr. Taylor, appreciate that, and, again, you got my support for what we need to do to get the trucks that break down, that are 20 years old, and the rusted out bins. You know, I stopped by with my son Austin and Andrew a weekend or two ago to see everyone in the shop, and got to see the trucks hands-on and saw the rust there, so, you know, I know you're working on that, and, but we appreciate it, and again, tell the guys thank you for their long hours, so, thank you. Over to Mr. Corey Wright, Interim Township Administrator for Planning and Zoning, and then also followed up with the Administrator's report.
Thank you, Mr. Logue. With regard to planning and zoning activity, we handled 70 inspections for the month of January, fielded 11 complaints. Of those complaints, we issued 3 warning citations and 2 15-day noncompliance letters, and then 1 30-day violation letter. We did not have any matters forwarded to the township attorney, and we resolved 5 items administratively. We also re-inspected 7 existing violations. With regard to permit activity, we had 1 new commercial permit, 5 changes of use or occupancy, and 17 sign permits, which is a pretty high volume of signs for the month of January. 2 new single-family home permits, which January is typically a fairly slow month for single-family homes. It was a good month for pools and fences, though. 42 permits for the month, $6,610 in monthly revenue total. And that concludes the planning and zoning report.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Gentlemen, any comment, discussion?
Yeah, so the sign, 17, that's an unusual high number. Is that an indication of good economic activity?
Typically, what you'll see is with a new project or you get changes of use or occupancy, you'll see 2 or 3 signs per building or per occupant. So it tends to line up. It just depends on the use. But that's a good, it means people are spending money and they're moving into commercial spaces. So
That's a good thing.
it is a good thing.
All right, thank you.
Good takeaway there, Mr. Becker. Mr. Dills?
All good.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wright. If you move into Administrator's report, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just with regard to activity from the period of January 12th to February 8th, the open checkbook was up to date through December, and the staff completed the update for January, and we are just waiting for that information to be published by the Treasurer's Office. We have, there's an item on the agenda for the board to consider this evening. We conducted, Chief Diamond and I conducted an extensive site review of a few of our fire stations for the Safe Haven baby box system. It's a system with the Safe Haven laws in the state of Ohio that allow for, unfortunately, that a safe way for people, mothers who are in crisis, to surrender newborns and provide them with an opportunity to do that in a completely anonymous way and protect the newborn. Particularly with the frigid weather that we've had, it really brought that home. So I thank the chief for his time on that and for the tour. With regard to our township benefits, the township open enrollment meetings are scheduled for this week, and we'll expect good attendance at that. And moving forward, we have secured a purchase order to purchase a new 72-niche columbarium. This will be a revenue plus addition to the township cemetery operations and will supplement our operational costs there once installed. There is a significant lead time on these columbariums due to they basically fabricate them and they ship them to the site. We are preparing, or we have prepared a purchase order for the police department to secure new firearms for the police officers, and I commend the chief for his research on that. And we'll be able to use some drug enforcement funds to offset that cost, and then also a weapons buyback program. So that'll be a very positive program for the township. Just something of note, we once again will be sponsoring the Economic Forecast Breakfast in 2022, which is a great event. The trustees, I encourage you to attend, Crossroads East Side, and we will have final details to follow in that regard. We did close on a property near the Civic Center here, and that was successful and no issues. The county commissioners announced at their January TID meeting that they are authorized to fully fund the iCults roundabout project, so the county committed $2 million to close the gap on the funding on that, which will leverage federal money that the county TID and township worked to successfully procure to advance that project. So thank you to our county commissioners for that very generous contribution to the program. Regarding some items that, we're working on here, look to, let's see here, I've got a lot of information here. I would point out to the board that Sportsman's Warehouse secured a change of use certificate to reoccupy the old Steinmart facility. Now, the proof will be when they put the signs up and announce the open house. I mean, this is part of their due diligence process, so I hope they close on their lease and they do that. That'll be a great addition to the township to backfill that retail space. And I always think, I'm a big outdoors guy. I think it's great to be able to shop in multiple places, and that will be a great add to the township. We have a resolution for the board to consider tonight for the use of state and local fiscal recovery funds. That's the American Rescue Plan Act for the purchase of replacement self-contained breathing apparatus devices for our firefighters. This entire system is in need of replacement, and a piecemeal phased approach is really not recommended for operational and safety reasons. This would be a total cost of approximately $485,000 to replace the entire system. And I think it's something that we need to do. So it's for the board to consider this evening. With regard to the Planning and Zoning Department, we're working on exploring online permitting with our iWork zoning software, where we can integrate it into the township website. Any township website, it's a cloud-based software that is basically, as I understand it, it'll be just a link that'll take you to the permitting application, and can be integrated very easily, I believe. We're still working out the online payment integration to make sure it functions with our existing fiscal office functions, and that process will continue. And it's really a nominal cost. Our total permitting costs for zoning will be about $9,000 per year when all said and done. So that's actually a really good value add for the township, because we do everything through that system. We're continuing to work on some employee service recognition programs, years of service recognition, and that will continue to be developed. I congratulate the chief and the two new fire department candidates that the board successfully hired this evening. I think that I was thoroughly impressed with both of the candidates, and think they'll be great additions, and thank you for your support in that regard to the board. Let's see here. We did receive one zoning map amendment request for a business development, a transfer facility at Winding Creek inside of a business industrial area, which will be considered by the Zoning Commission at the end of February and the Board of Trustees in March of 2022. We did, and kind of segueing into Mr. Logue's comment earlier about West Clermont, we were able to successfully, I believe we were able to successfully negotiate with West Clermont Youth Basketball an opportunity to bring them back to the gym for the 2022-23 season. They are reviewing a memorandum. We put forth just some items that would define that use, give them 4 days a week, and also leave the gym open for the public three other days during the week, so we balance that. And again, most of our West Clermont Youth Basketball participants are Union Township residents, so I think it's a great value add to get people back in the Civic Center, and they've agreed to help us offset some of the gym floor resurfacing costs, at least verbally. And once the board, I'll give the board the update once we get the signed memorandum back in that regard. We also were able to open the gym for West Clermont to host West Clermont Youth Basketball to host a youth tournament in February, and they're very appreciative of that opportunity. That concludes my report.
Gentlemen, any comment or discussion?
Yeah, just a couple. The pistols, the 9mm for the police. I know those police officers have been married to that same gun for many years. Is it possible that we can allow them either A, to gift it to them, or B, allow them to have the option to first buy it back before we go? If I have a pistol for 15 years, it's been the same pistol. I think I'd like to keep it. I'm just speaking for myself, so is that possible, Chief? What do you
I
think?
feel the same way about my pistol.
Okay.
And that's, whenever we do a change like this, the first offer does go to the officer.
Great,
For the
okay.
price of the buyback. So most will choose to accept it, and whatever aren't will be bought back by the company.
Great, great. And then, Mr. Wright, you talked about the additional land purchased for the cemetery, right?
Oh, no, I do have we are working on
So-
trying to secure land for
okay,
the cemetery. And I think I may have brought that up at some point.
okay, okay.
But we did purchase land, I mentioned land next to the Civic Center that we were able to close on. We are working on acquiring some land for the cemetery expansion as well.
Okay, 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 good. Last thing is for so West Clermont basketball. It's a great facility we have here, and there's a nice concession area, bathrooms, everything over there. So when they do the tournament, and I assume they're gonna have games there as well, can we somehow, I mean, I don't care if we get any money from it or not, but I just like to see it as, can we open the concessions up, those things, and so for the tournaments, for the games, just so people can buy a snack at halftime or whatever, a Gatorade? Is that
I think in
possible?
the past, West Clermont has operated concessions out of our concession stand, and that is
Okay.
contained in the memorandum that I provided to West Clermont Basketball
Okay.
Association, that they would be responsible for setup, tear down, and running, if they chose to run concessions, I believe that they would want to do that, because currently, they do not get that is an important revenue center for them
Okay.
to help offset that, and I think that our facility really provides them with an opportunity to do that.
Okay.
Whereas a for-profit facility may want to keep the concessions for their own operational needs.
Good deal. Yeah. That's all I got. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Very detailed. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Wright. I want to comment and say thank you again for leading the effort on with the Cincinnati Nature Center for our employees as a benefit, to kind of change culture there for just an emphasis on an asset in our community that is part of an employee wellness and benefit plan. Recently, Mr. Wright executed an agreement with the Nature Center to provide all the employees of Union Township a family membership as part of their wellness and employee benefit package at Cincinnati Nature Center. So I know that there's been feedback I've heard directly from employees that are very appreciative. Thank yous continued to come in, families that are ecstatic, and then directly, Mr. Wright, what you'd forwarded to me from the membership manager, stating they can definitely hear gratitude in your employees' voices. I'm hearing, this is so cool. We are so excited to get this, and this is so awesome that the township did this for us. And that's coming in from everyone. So she goes on to say, it's really nice to hear the gratitude. Please let the township trustees know that I can hear and feel it. The memberships are very much appreciated. So I just want to say thank you for having the initiative to do that for the employees and looking out for the employees, Mr. Wright. Just wanted to ask you on non-traditional records requests, what have you received in the last month, hour-wise?
We spent about 20 to 25 staff hours dedicated to kind of those non-traditional records requests. And when I say non-traditional, I mean all public records are traditional because the records are open for the public. But we get, the bulk of our records requests are really handled by the police department, and what those are traffic boards.
Business as usual
Yeah,
items.
right,
Yes.
right. And we have a process set up to routinely administer that. But we did have about 20 to 25 hours in non-traditional records requests.
And that's staff hours, your staff hours, which is taking you away from other productive activities for the township. And I checked with our law director, Mr. Barbier, and he told me initially it was about $4,000 or $5,000 cost to him, but he estimated about 25 to 30 hours of law director and legal counsel time involved just in that alone. So it's something I think we'll keep an eye on and continue to watch as far as that goes when it comes to the realm of non-traditional records requests. So, okay, thank you. And just the last quick note that I made here going through, you're absolutely right. Mr. Wright and I joined and sat down with the local, representative from the business community and, just very candidly spoke with him, and he had heard that there was previously infighting between the township and the county, et cetera. But we got to lay that flat because we had a great conversation and said, you know, the county just signed off on $2 million worth of funding for the Eichels Road roundabout, which is gonna be an economic impact to your businesses here. And OKI put $5 million towards it, and the chairman of OKI right now is none other than Commissioner David Painter. So I assured him, and through that with Mr. Wright, I assured him that, there's never been a time better that there's been collaboration right now, and that's what constituents want to see. They pay all these tax dollars, and they want to see efficient, effective government working towards solving the problems of the public. So anyway, he left that conversation with us with, keep doing what you're doing. That's great work. Really appreciate your vision, and however he can help. I said, be an ambassador out in the community, So just wanted to share that, but thank you for including that, Mr. Wright, as far as the commissioners providing that funding. And that is my last note there, because I'm breaking my own rule to keep us moving fast. So thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll move on. We do not have any public hearings tonight. So old business, item number 1, we've got a discussion of concealed carry regulations at Union Township buildings. Mr. Wright, would you like to introduce the discussion topic, or Mr. Becker?
I think Mr. Becker may have some thoughts on that.
Yeah, so what I want to do is, so we had a robust discussion on this at the last meeting, and to a certain extent, I want that discussion to continue. But first, I just want to open it up with a motion, and hopefully there'll be a second. So I move to adopt Resolution 2022-05.
I'll second.
Any discussion, gentlemen?
That's, yes.
There we go.
I have a number of things to say on this. So first off, I'm just going to read just a couple of pertinent pieces of this resolution. I'm not going to read the whole thing. So the title is simply Resolution Pursuant to Revised Code 2923.126B7, which is permitting the carrying of a concealed handgun in government buildings. That was something the General Assembly changed the law, I think, back in 2017, allowing trustees, city council, county commissioners to allow concealed carry. So I'm going to read you, there's like 4 whereases and 3 different sections. I'm going to read you 2 of the whereases and 1 of the sections. So this is really just kind of getting into the meat of it. So whereas Ohio is an open carry state, and the open carry of legally owned firearms cannot be prohibited in the non-leased areas of the Union Township government buildings per Revised Code Section 9.68A. And if anyone wants to read that, it's a good read about the gun laws, kind of an overview, and I'd also encourage you to read 9.68B. So it's important the way those two work together. The second whereas, or the second one I'm going to read anyway, public safety is paramount, and no law-abiding citizens should be prohibited from exercising their God-given right to self-defense as guaranteed by Article 1, Section 4 of the Ohio Constitution. And that says, in part, the people have the right to bear arms for their defense and security. And of course, everybody's aware of the Second Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. So then you get into the therefore be resolved portion of this. Be it so resolved by the Board of Trustees, Union Township, Clermont County, with limited home rule authority as set forth in Chapter 504 of the Ohio Revised Code, and in accordance with Revised Code 2923.126B7, and that is the key statute here. And then Section 1, and this gets into the meat of it. So, pursuant to 2923.126, a licensee, somebody with a concealed carry license, CCW or CHL, same terminology. A licensee under Revised Code 2923.125 or 2923.1213 is hereby authorized to carry a concealed handgun in Union Township government buildings, this is the important clause, unless otherwise prohibited in leased areas or by federal or state law. I'll read that one more time. Unless otherwise prohibited in leased areas or by federal or state law. So let's talk about, just briefly, an example of leased areas and otherwise by federal or state law. So, for example, in this building, we have a post office downstairs, and by federal law, you can't have a gun, whether it's concealed or open, you just can't have one in a post office. Also, we have a leased area for Clermont Senior Citizens. I believe that's a private organization as opposed to a governmental entity. So by default, open carry and concealed is allowed. However, if they were to post a sign, which they have the right to do, post a sign that says no guns allowed, then you can't open carry or concealed. That's true with any private business anywhere in the state of Ohio. Also, we have, and I guess this is the west wing of the Civic Center, we have the West Clermont School Board that leases that facility. So we don't have the authority to overrule a lease or do any kind of resolution of this nature in a leased area. But in addition to that, them being a school board, they fall under a special statute of the Ohio Revised Code, of which I did some research on, but, from the last meeting when a question came up, and I got looking at those statutes a little bit more closely, and it answered actually some of the questions I had. So what I would refer you to, if anybody's interested in wondering about, how gun laws affect schools, I would refer you to section 2901.01 and drop down to section C1, and it describes a school safety zone. So that's kind of a generic term, school safety zone, what you'll always hear in terms of the Ohio Revised Code on these gun laws. So a school safety zone consists of a school building, school premises, school activity, and school bus. Then I'd bring your attention down to section C3 of that same statute, and it describes a school activity, it defines it, means any activity held under the auspices of a Board of Education. So arguably, when the Board of Education is having a school board meeting in this room, or anywhere for that matter, arguably, that is a school activity, and therefore it falls under 2901 as a school safety zone. And unless the board specifically authorizes somebody to have a gun, which they have the right, they can't authorize employees, that was a Madison school decision, but they can't authorize any member of the public. But it would have to be a school board authorization. So as long as they haven't authorized anybody to carry guns, no guns are allowed at all. No open carry, no concealed let's say it's in this room, they're having the meeting. So you couldn't have a gun in this room during the duration of that meeting. So that's where you get into, the previous wording about, excluding the leased area, and where it says otherwise prohibited, by federal or state law. So again, a school board meeting in this room would be under that otherwise prohibited language on that. With that, gentlemen, any questions for me or further discussion?
I'll just say, Mr. Becker, thank you for the time and research on that. And, like I told you, since you told me, a while back, I support you, and I know this is something you've carried on since being a state rep, so be honored to help see, the law that you've passed as a state rep come to fruition somewhere here in a limited home rule township where we support giving, rights to our residents. So I support you. Thank you.
Thank you. Guns are an area of expertise that I've developed over 8 years. It's kind of like 8 years of law school, being in the General Assembly. And, so that's the one area I've concentrated on the most and specialized in the most. And so, ask me anything about gun laws, and if I don't know, I know who does know. So, because I've spent a lot of time studying statutes.
Are we the first township to do this, if we pass this?
In Clermont County, Goshen Township has passed a similar resolution.
Really?
I don't know of any other township, and I don't believe the county has.
What about Hamilton?
I don't know who has or hasn't in Hamilton County.
Well, good. I think it sets a precedence, and I'm good with it. And so basically, as long as school board is not in session, I can conceal. I can't go over there, and I may or may not be able to go to the senior building if they don't have a signpost.
As long as there's no
Right.
sign, you can go. Now, with the school board, whether they have a sign or not, don't go in there with a gun.
Now, Mr. Wright, now when the school, West Clermont, does their basketball games, I assume that area is off limits, correct?
Well, we would have to, because it's actually a youth basketball association.
school.
It's not a
Oh.
school itself, so.
Oh.
It's not a school activity.
It's
Yeah,
Fair
that's
enough.
cool.
Fair enough, okay, well, I agree with Mr. Logue, now, look, I'm a Second Amendment guy, I'm an Air Force guy, believe wholeheartedly in the Second Amendment, but this is clearly your passion, you've done a lot of research on it. Yeah, thanks for your hard work.
I think the other important, just quick note on that too is, there's a lot of beliefs that people have in the community, which is the guns, you know, from a good citizen that's there, the guns may already be there. And this just makes a good citizen, not a criminal. You know, so it's kind of the good guy with the gun theory versus bad guy with the gun theory,
Yeah,
so.
and kind of along those lines, Mr. Chairman, and something else I was doing some research on and some videos I'd seen in the past. There was one specifically I was looking for. I didn't find it, but I did find a couple of other things. And I was considering actually showing those videos, you know, for during tonight's meeting, but I didn't pursue it. But I can just describe it. One was a guy walked into a disgruntled citizen, walked into, it was a school board meeting. And of course, typically in school board meetings, you don't have metal detectors and, you know, security guards wanding people. We certainly don't hear anywhere in Clermont County, unless, except the courthouse, of course. And he came in and had some complaints, and he pointed the gun directly at the superintendent of the school, sitting here just like us, school board, and opened fire. He fired like 14 shots. And eventually a security guard showed up and took him down, and then he took his own life. But fortunately, in that situation, nobody else got hurt. I was watching another video where it was a township meeting in some court, I think it was somewhere in Pennsylvania. He shot multiple people, killed, I think, 3 people. His comment to the media afterwards was, "I wish I had killed more." And then the last example I have, it was a city council meeting someplace, I don't remember where it was. And it was, you know, it's like us, except it was city council. And it was one of the city councilmen, so there was gunshots like outside the door. And so everybody's alarmed, and, you know, they're hitting the deck, what's going on? Well, one of the city councilmen had a concealed carry permit, and he was packing heat. And he, you know, and he's sitting like this at the ready, waiting for whoever's coming through that door to take him out if he had to. And he's, you know, protecting all the people around him. So, you know, that's something, hopefully Chief Caviglia's armed over there. That if that happened in this room, that's who we'd be relying on. And with this resolution, all of us who have concealed carry permits, you know, Chief Caviglia wouldn't be alone, being the only person in the room who can shoot back.
Yeah. Well, and it kind of goes along the lines with the state of Ohio. I think right now has a bill on the floor too for being a constitutional carry state too. So we're going to be more lined up with that. But yes, we'll save that. I got at this time, if you're good on discussion, I'll ask Mr. Campbell for a vote, or I'll ask for a motion on 2022. Did we already have a motion
Yeah, we're ready
support?
for roll call.
Roll call, please, then.
Okay, roll call. Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, great, thank you, gentlemen. I did bust our time window, so apologize for that to everyone up here tonight, but it's always good to have aggressive goals, correct? All right, we'll move on to new business, approval of payments. I'll entertain a motion to approve payments as prepared by Mr. Ronald Campbell, our fiscal officer.
No, so moved, sorry.
Second.
No discussion, gentlemen? Mr. Campbell, call the roll.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Item B, approval of monthly financial report. I'll entertain a motion to approve monthly financial report as prepared by Mr. Ronald B. Campbell, fiscal officer.
So moved?
Second.
Any discussion, gentlemen? Mr. Campbell, please call the roll.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Item C, approval of purchase orders. I'll entertain a motion to approve the purchase orders exceeding $10,000 as recommended by Mr. Corey Wright, interim township administrator.
So moved?
Second.
Any discussion, gentlemen?
Yes.
Sir, would you like to read them?
Would you like me to read the purchase
Yes,
orders?
purchase orders, please. Thank you.
Yes. I'll go ahead and read those for the board. The first purchase order is for $48,835.35. That's for Total Quality Logistics for our economic development agreement payment rebate for income tax in December 2021. Second purchase order is $29,700.68 to the Clermont County Treasurer. This is for full year 2021 taxes due. The bulk of that is for our facility at 4357 Ferguson Drive, which is primarily non-tax exempt because it's occupied by for-profit businesses. The rest of those are, in order to get exemptions, you have to pay because taxes are accrued a year in arrears, when we accrued those, we get offsets for those when we buy those properties, and then we have to pay the taxes, and then we file for the exemption in 2022. There's a purchase order to Rozzi Inc. for the 2022 fireworks event in partnership with Jungle Gyms and Crossroads for $30,000. Again, there'll be a reimbursement after the fact on that from both of those entities for $5,000 each, and it's never too early to start planning. There is a purchase order to Phoenix Safety Outfitters LLC for 11 sets of turnout gear for the fire department, $33,924 even. There is a purchase order to Software Solutions, Inc., and this is for our purchasing software, VIP software support, annual renewal in the amount of $12,000. And that's a great software system the fiscal office uses with extraordinary proficiency. There is a purchase order to Topco America LLC. That is the purchase order for the new firearms, 9mm firearms for the police department. That's for $45,410.64. Purchase order for Georgetown Marble and Granite for 72 niche columbarium. That is $19,975. And a purchase order to Rumpke of Ohio, Inc. for our spring junk collection in the amount of $20,000. That's an annual cost that we have for our roll-offs, for the stuff that comes in, so.
Any questions?
All right, thank you, Mr. Wright. Gentlemen, any discussion or questions?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Go
really,
ahead.
just for,
Go ahead, Mr. Wright. Go ahead.
sorry. I guess just for the edification of the public, so I'm a finance guy, I'm a bean counter, and I'm anal. So what we've been getting, I guess, since the first of the year, per my request, is we're getting the detail of all of the expenses. And I can tell you, I personally look at every line item and every penny that we spend, and there's a number of items I've been asked questions on, what's this, what's that, just really out of curiosity more than anything else. And a couple of times I've pulled invoices and read the detail on some of them and what we're spending money on. So I am watching these dollars closely.
Mr. Wright, I've had quite a few people ask me, what do we pay TQL for? I know what it is since you explained it to me, but for the audience, anyone watching, can you explain, I think it's almost every month that we give them a check, what that money is for and how it's generated?
So we have an economic development agreement with TQL for their second phase that provides for a rebate of a portion of the income tax that's paid to the township that we collect through our partnership with the city of Milford. And that in that partnership, there's a baseline number that was established of the revenue we received on a per month basis prior to them opening the second expansion, or the new expansion that opened at the end of 2020. And so there's a baseline number of jobs that they have to meet. I think in the latest report, it's, I think they're up to like 1,800 jobs on that campus now. So what they do is they provide a calculation, and we provide 50% back of the new revenue above the base to Total Quality Logistics for a period of time for the JET agreement. So.
Okay, and so for the audience, what a JET agreement is basically that specific piece of land is where TQL is at. We've partnered with Milford. Milford is a city, we're a township, and they implement a 1% income tax on TQL employees.
Yes.
So if you're an employee of TQL, you get an additional 1% tax on your paycheck. And then out of that 1% that's collected, Milford gets 15%.
To a maximum cap each year, yes.
Okay, so
Correct.
15%, the township gets the remaining 85%.
Correct.
And then we basically split that 50-50 of that 85%. 50% goes back to TQL, and then the township keeps the remaining 50% of that.
Yes, sir, with the one caveat that we're guaranteed a minimum baseline amount regardless. We get 100% of the 85% of the baseline,
Okay,
and then we get 50% of any revenue above the baseline collected.
Got it.
So, for instance, the baseline's about off the top of my head, about $46,000 per month.
okay,
And so that comes, 100% of that baseline revenue that comes to the township, we keep. Then there's a calculation that over and above that, there's a 50-50 split on that. So let's just say that there's $100,000 in revenue collected for the month. We keep all of that baseline, or that would be due to the township after Milford gets their 15% distribution. we keep all of that baseline amount, and then 50% above the baseline we keep, so.
Fair enough, okay. Appreciate the breakdown.
Great questions, and Mr. Wright, thank you for, again, presenting that basically to the public, because again, you'd say that's something that comes up, and there's a great explanation. I don't think I've ever heard the explanation of the baseline and above the
I didn't know that
baseline
either.
as
Yeah.
clear as what you just stated.
No.
And let me ask the question real fast, on this 48,835, would it be fair to say that when you see the 48,835 that we are obligated to pay TQL, that the township also received 48,835 through that over and above agreement? Is that correct?
Yes, and the collections come in, and so the collections are interesting. So they pay to Rita, prior to, we'll just start to see those collections trickle in. So these are December tax payments that they made that come into Rita in January, they come into Rita in December, they're reconciled with Milford in January, and then we get those distributions sometimes in January, sometimes into February, just depending on when the check comes in. But we continue to get those revenues from the city, and they're great partners with us, and their tax department, they do a great job. Their finance director does a great job, gives us all the detail that we need, and they also help us with sort of a spot check on the verification of, what they provide, what TQL provides us versus what we reimburse.
Okay.
I've just
Great.
had, no, that's a good explanation. I've just had quite a few people ask me, hey, why do we write a check to TQL every month? What is that for? Well, and just wanted to break down for clarification. Did a good job. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
One more thing.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Becker.
Yeah, so another point on these JEDs, again, so JED, Joint Economic Development District, so doing this through the city of Milford, and Mr. Wright, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think a little known but important aspect of this contract with Milford is that they cannot annex any of Union Township. And I believe, I'm not certain on this, but I believe it was some decades ago, that whole River's Edge area
And Walmart?
on this side of the Little Miami River, so Walmart,
Chamber Drive.
yeah, there's a whole lot down there.
Yeah.
It used to be Union Township, is that
Hotels.
correct? And Milford annexed all of that?
That proceeded, that was back, I think, my memory serves me right, and maybe one of the chiefs, early 90s, I believe, early to mid-90s. And since that time, with the JEDs, we do have the agreement with Milford regarding the annexations. So
That was a painful loss.
they are, yeah, since that time, our partnership is very, very strong with the city, and they are very appreciative of our economic development efforts, because at the end of the day, it helps them too. So,
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Recently, Mr. Wright and I sat down with Carrie Byrne, the president of TQL, and just a quick note out of that. Out of their employees that they have there, they estimate about 400 live here in Clermont County. I don't know if we really have the detail on who's in the township, though, but that's something I think we can capture more of their employees to live here in the county and in the township. So I think it's kudos to the board here for looking at livability and quality of life and destination and what people want to live here, and again, the residents. And Mr. Campbell, that VIP software support, I know that's been great for doing the export feature. That's real easy now to get the Ohio checkbook updated. So I'm happy to see that working as it's done, and thank you again to your fiscal office on that. So I'm done on discussion here, gentlemen.
All good.
Okay, Mr. Campbell?
Roll call.
Roll call.
Okay. Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, just moving on, item D, discussion of installing safe haven baby boxes at Union Township Fire Station facilities. Entertain a motion to authorize Corey Wright, interim township administrator, to negotiate and secure the installation of a safe haven baby box at a Union Township Fire Station facility to be determined upon receiving cost estimates, determining feasibility contingent on the approval of the necessary purchase orders to complete the installation.
So moved?
Second.
Any discussion, gentlemen?
Yes.
Yeah, so
I'll start here this time.
oh, I'm sorry.
No, with you, yeah.
So I remember when I saw this on the news, Hamilton County did the exact same thing. I believe it was Delhi Township, and I immediately sent the article to Mr. Wright and asked him to look into it, Mr. Dimling. And so I mean, it's not a fun topic to talk about, but it's a topic that has to be talked about. And so there's one in Hamilton County. I'd like for Clermont County, Union Township, to be the leader of it, to have one. I'm not asking for all 6 firehouses to have one, but I think at least minimum one. And the thing is in Chicago last year, a baby died. Mom gave up her child, and no one knew about it. Firefighters weren't aware, police weren't aware, and the child died. And so, I believe, and Chief Donnelly, I want you to correct me if I'm wrong, it's approximately, I think, about 15 grand to put this in, is that right?
You're close.
Ish, okay, so,
10 to 15,000, just
Okay.
depending on the cost of installation.
Roger that. And you're thinking, well, Joe, you're a Republican, why are you spending? And yeah, I know, $10,000 to $15,000 for this one installation at one firehouse. But hopefully this never happens here in Union Township, but if it does, and a mother or a father potentially wants to drop their baby off at our firehouse, did it save a life? And I think the answer is yes. And so what this baby box is, and I'll let Chief explain it more, but basically as soon as it's opened, the child's put in this box, it's completely safe, and it also alerts the police and the fire immediately, so they know a child's in there. And look what happened in Chicago. And so Delhi Township on the west side in Hamilton County is leading the way, and I wanted Union Township to lead the way in Clermont. So that was my thoughts for bringing this up.
Mr. Becker?
Well, thank you. You just answered all my questions.
Fair enough.
I guess the only thing I want to add to all that is, we've all heard horror stories of, babies getting thrown in the trash dumpsters and such. And I call that a post-birth abortion.
Yeah.
But whether it's post-birth or pre-birth, it's horrifying either way, frankly. And, I think we just don't want that to happen in Clermont County. And if Union Township needs to lead the way on this, I think we should. And to my knowledge, one of these don't exist anywhere in Union Township.
Or Clermont.
Well, I'll make comment
Or,
on.
in Clermont County.
Correct.
right.
I'll make comment on that
Yeah,
too.
go ahead.
So, Mr. Dills, I think it's being on the same wavelength, because I saw the Delhi Township news article that hit the news on that, and I was thinking the same thing. I'm completely supportive of you. Thank you for leading the initiative on that to task and work with Mr. Wright and the chief on that to get this ball moving. The first thing I did was I pulled open the map to see where you can locate that they exist. There's the one in Delhi Township, and then one a little further on the west side. There's nothing on the east side at all. So, to that point, I think it's a very family-forward activity to pursue pro-life, and frankly, you don't know what you don't know. You don't know where something, takes place where a baby may end up that could have been saved and brought into a loving home. So I support that.
What happens
Any
to
further,
the
just, what happens to the baby in the life box? The chief can probably give us more on that, but I mean, from the article, what it depicts is that it goes in the box, and I was saying you don't know what can happen to a baby if you don't have one of these.
Well,
I'm saying,
does it get put up for adoption? Does it
Oh.
go with social services? I mean, a hospital?
Chief Donnelly, do you have anything on that?
Well, Children's Services gets
Yeah.
involved, and
Okay.
they take it from there. I mean, obviously, just to expand on the whole thing, if you look at it as a crib built into the wall, an external wall of the building, and Mr. Dills is absolutely correct. So you open the door, parent or parents in crisis deposit the child. Let's just go back a little bit here, just for a little history. When the safe haven laws went into effect in early 2000, like 2001, it was originally within 72 hours, and then later on it was modified to 30 days, within 30 days of birth. They deposit the child. When they close that door, the door locks from the outside. You can't unlock it, you can't turn it around. It's alarmed. It's alarmed locally, and places a call, the way I understand the system, into the 911. So immediately, there's notification made that the baby's been deposited. EMS will obviously be able to initially evaluate the child. They'll transport it to a local hospital for further medical evaluation, and then Children's Services, Family Services will all be involved with what happens to that child from that point forward. But it's completely anonymous, it's completely legal. It certainly beats the alternative.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate that. Thank you for the work on that, looking into it.
One thing I would
Thank
say
you, Mr.
is,
Dills.
Mr. Wright, is assuming this passes, and this goes for actually both chiefs as well, let's try to do as much publicity with Facebook, social media, pump it out there to, hopefully it never has to be used, but let's make sure that all the residents at least know that it exists, and it's there, so, yeah.
Absolutely. I can, that's a proactive life-saving step there.
So it sounds like east of east of I-75, there isn't one of these.
Correct.
Yeah, I love this. Let's lead the way.
Yeah, I see nothing, when I looked at the map, I saw nothing, I only saw something on the southwest side of Cincinnati. So whole northwest side all the way around, nothing, so, yeah,
Well said.
you know,
We're gonna
absolutely.
Save some lives. Yep.
So with that, end of discussion. Mr. Campbell, roll call?
Roll call, please. Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, gentlemen, moving along with item E, discussion of draft meeting rules for Union Township Board of Trustees. So I'll entertain just discussion on that really at this time. And we're at 7:25, so I want us to work, to be mindful on our time with our discussion with this. And I'll start this one off to just state, I'm all about running an efficient, effective meeting. I know last year there was I got some negative comments from the community about meetings going long and people coming to the podium and attacking other residents and
Got ugly.
and so it's something where this Board of Trustees historically has not had any actual rules or procedures. I think that that's a benefit. And there's a legal question there as far as when you just adopt Robert's rules. I'm no parliamentarian, but when you adopt Robert's rules, you're kind of held to Robert's rules if it gets contested. So therefore, if we take a path where we move forward with adopting draft meeting rules for the Board of Trustees, then those would be our rules. And there's inherent flexibility kind of built into that as far as the board can always amend that and work with that. But it gives us all, you're both new trustees. I had the same question coming in as a new trustee. What is our rules and our procedures? And, I'm one where let's put some certainty out there and not just shoot from the hip. So with that, I think what I would be asking for tonight is your your discussion on any particular, points that you want to look at. But I would look to charge Mr. Wright with deciding how you guys want to go on this, progressing forward to publicly posting the rules for a time period to receive any type of public comment in response to the rules. And then potentially at next meeting, I think we could be in a position to go ahead and adopt those rules as that is. And I've got one other edit real fast that I would add, and I'd say, Mr. Wright, there's a public comment time frame on there that's a maximum of 5 minutes. I think what would be good to gear towards is 3 minutes with a maximum of 5. You can always give some flexibility there, but it helps to keep an efficient meeting because I think we've all done elevator pitches and we're always acceptable to be reached out to personally, receive emails, phone calls, and submit written documentation to support anything anyone's trying to put forward. But if we have a rule to hold ourselves accountable to, then I think it would just make for an efficient, effective meeting, which returns time to our employees, all of our department heads here, and get them back to doing the work of the township and obviously our positions, because I often say that, yes, this is where we meet to get things done here that need officially done, but it's us being out in the community that matters. So I'd like to return that time to the community. And at that, gentlemen, to you.
It's funny because I was smiling because I was going to say, do you want to post this to our website before someone does a records request and bothers Mr. Wright again? But never mind, you beat me to it. So, yeah, it's a good idea, Mr. Logan. There was a few times last year things got conflicting, and I think it's good idea. Thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah, I like your approach to all this.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, well, I appreciate that. I don't think there's anything further to be said on that, and thank you. I appreciate that's kind of a vote of support in both of you, and my role, not just me personally, but the role of chairman for this board to run efficient and effective meetings. So, Mr. Wright, you got note on that?
I had so obviously we have a framework that we can get out for public comment. And if I understood, what you're suggesting is that we would have maybe a 2-week public comment period, post the rules on our website with a link on our social media page, direct those comments to come in either to my email or to Mr. Campbell's email as the fiscal officer. He can provide that correspondence back to the board if we get any public comment. Would that be satisfactory,
Sure.
Mr. Campbell? Sure. And then the note that I had would be under the public participation portion of the draft rules. We would have item C, you're suggesting a maximum
It's,
of-
yeah, it's 5 minutes right now is the maximum, but I would just put language in there that's a 3-minute public participation, or for public comment, up to a maximum of 5 minutes, just so
So
we
it would
can,
read,
just so we can be mindful of, let's target the 3 minutes, right?
so it would say it should be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 5 minutes to speak then. That's what I'll make that, if the board's okay, I'll make that change and post that draft set of rules out for public comment for 2 weeks.
No problem.
I like the idea of the chairman having the discretion to expand, maybe in limited situations or certain, I mean, sometimes you just never know who's gonna be coming and talking about what. And maybe it's appropriate, and we all want to have, let them have 6, 7, 8 minutes, whatever they need. I think the chairman having that ability to do that is important.
So there's a flexibility built into the rules and procedures that gives the chairman the flexibility
Good.
to have some flexibility on the rules and procedures. It's just,
Good.
it's all in, judicial use, I guess, of that. So in this case, it's a 3-minute window, but someone runs over, you're gonna give them an extra minute. And you get to the end of that minute, you got, they need another minute, you got another minute. So,
And it's 2 warnings before the
it's
5 minutes.
just to help us be efficient and effective. I mean, you can have 3 public speakers in under 10 minutes versus 3 public speakers in 20 minutes, and it'll help us press.
And when people know coming in, and I can take, whenever I've done a speech, regardless of what it's for, it's always good to know how much time do I have? So I know how to prepare and be concise to get within that 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5, whatever that number is. So people knowing that coming in, they're better prepared rather than just rambling for 15, 20 minutes.
So with that, this is something that I'll just add as a last note. Similar townships and the county has rules and procedures, so we're not unique here in doing this. This is something that's widely accepted best practice to have rules and procedures. So it's just what I kind of view as far as professionalizing an aspect of the board, what the board does. So it's a benefit. Like I said, I've always been focused on those transitions, and when you have something like this in place, and you have new trustees, you have new staff, hey, you've got a policy, at least some procedures to go by. So with that, I'll end discussion. And Mr. Wright, you've got notes to move forward on. I will move us forward then, if I don't hear any adverse comment. Item F, Parks and Recreation Citizen Committee Update. And thank you, Trustee Dills, for taking charge on that. I love that focus for our family. We've got a theme tonight of very family focused, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Do you want me to speak on
Yeah,
that?
we'll open discussion on
So-
that, and any update from the committee as well. Mr. Taylor, I believe, as well, so.
So I'd asked Mr. Wright to have a Parks and Recreations Committee. I live over off Clough Pike, real close to Veterans Memorial Park, also known as the Helicopter Park. That's the park I most frequent with my kiddos. I've got a 12-year-old, a 7-year-old, and a 4-year-old. And so, but I can say whatever I want at the parks, and Mr. Logue, Mr. Becker, we can all say what we want, but what does the committee want? Or what does the community want? What do the residents want in their parks and recreation area? And so I'd like to see about forming a committee of the community, and it'll be a volunteer basis. I was thinking of meeting, bi-monthly, every other month. We'll take minutes, and we'll have a president of the board of that committee. And so to report back to the trustees, and hey, we would like to see this, whether it be a small goal or a big goal. Like to see a whole new playground, a dog park built, more tennis courts, whatever it is. And so we can get the feel of the community of what we should do with our parks and recreations, instead of it just being us 3 deciding what to do with them. So that was kind of my thoughts behind that, and just to get more feedback from the community. So, yeah,
Great.
yeah,
I appreciate it and support it. Thank you, Mr. Dills.
yeah.
I'm good.
Good. Okay. Mr. Taylor, do you have anything on?
No, good, sir.
Okay.
So it looks like we'll have so we read it out. I did have a question, Mr. Wright. So you did put, so we're gonna have a president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, and then a liaison, is that correct? And
Yes,
then-
yes, sir. So some of our committee research that we've found, and it really varies from township to township, place to place, is that one of the board members would be designated to serve as a liaison between the park committee and the the trustees and be able to report back. And in that, and again, these are committees that would be, it's my understanding, we would notice these committees, we would provide notice, standing notice of when the meetings would occur, whether it's by action of the board at the reorganization meeting or whether we publish that. I think it's good practice to do both.
Sure.
Since it's not an every month standing meeting. And then we would keep minutes, and our office has significant expertise, and Mr. Campbell's office has significant expertise in assisting the service department in sort of administering that process. And I would envision that we would assist in that, and then we would have the membership. So really, what I would be looking for would be authorization to advertise on our website for interested persons, citizens in the community that would want to serve on a Parks and Recreation Committee, if that's something that the board would like us to advance at this time. The membership is fairly simple, and I think that two-page bylaws are pretty simple in that regard. I mean, the committee really doesn't have any, they're a recommending authority. They don't really have any funding or anything like that, unless the board were to provide funding to that committee, or the board would direct them to apply for grants, but usually we would channel those up to the board.
Yeah.
I think that's good policy in that regard. So with that, I would just be looking for authorization from the board to advertise from interested parties, and then we could bring, maybe it's I don't know, again, a 2-week or a 3-week window, and then we could bring those resumes or letters of interest from citizens and so forth to the board, and then the board could make appointments in that regard. And then we can really form the committee then, very similar to how we form other entities for the township.
Appreciate you putting this together, and it's nothing new. And actually, we're kind of keeping up with the Joneses. We're falling behind. I believe Miami Township has something very similar. I think Pierce has something very similar. And so it's a good thing. I like it.
Mr. Dills, I can't claim credit for it. Mr. Taylor really did the
Thank you,
heavy
Mr. Taylor.
lifting on
Appreciate
this,
that
and
very much. Thank you, sir.
did a nice job
Yeah.
with his research on this.
So would you agree then that probably, that Mr. Taylor should probably sit as one of the members on here, correct?
I would definitely, I mean, whether he's a member or whether he's a staff member attending in sort of an ex officio, non-voting member of that, Mr. Becker, you've sat
I know all about being ex officio.
ex officio, yeah, at the TID. So I wouldn't want to cloud that with, a staff member inserting themselves into that official voting process, but I would definitely, I would assume that Mr. Taylor would represent, the board in addition to the trustees liaison at any of the meetings.
Yeah, mostly so the community members could just ask him questions, because it'd be silly to bring something to the board if it's impossible to do, but if Mr. Taylor's there and can answer any of their questions or whatever, probably good. So,
Absolutely. I think it's great policy to have
Okay,
that support staff there, for sure.
okay, good.
So I would just look for authorization from the board to advertise that.
Yeah.
So entertain a motion to authorize Mr. Wright to advertise the duties of the Parks and Rec Committee, to stand up that committee.
So moved.
Second.
No discussion, it's a discussion topic, so it's an interesting one, but Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, great work. Item G, the 2022 zoning text amendment process and discussion. And I know, again, Mr. Becker, from, over years past, you've asked me different questions about zoning, et cetera. I think this is something that has always caught your eye specifically. And I know we had a case specifically last year where a gentleman presented to the board about the inability to have a chicken coop. And it's something that I think, Mr. Wright, you can enter a discussion on and open this, or Mr. Becker, if you're going to open this. But I'd be interested to see where any of that has moved now for the zoning text amendment, because I get, Mr. Wright, it's something I talked to you about last year as far as what can we do to have more flexibility for things, restoring rights to our residents, limited home rule, government in that sense. And I know that in a city somewhere, you can have a chicken coop in your backyard. There's just a way to put limitations on stuff. So did that make it into this zoning text update? But at this time, I'll just give you the floor.
So basically, in townships, in Union Township, there's one of three ways that you can amend the zoning code. The zoning commission can bring forth a recommendation. The board of trustees can, by resolution, initiate a text amendment, or a resident or group of residents who have either a lease or an ownership stake in the township could bring forth amendment. Historically, nearly all of our text amendments are initiated by the Board of Trustees. It's really the most efficient process to do that. With that, there's a number of, either on an annual or biannual basis, we try to amend the zoning code to kind of clean up errors, take care of administrative items, do some housekeeping or whatever. But I know that there's been some discussion, particularly of the chicken coops in the township. And we've done some research, and there are other large urban townships that do allow them in certain instances, and we would look to those entities to see where it's been successfully executed. And we've got some preliminary text that, we've been working on in that regard. Additionally, there's the issue of food trucks that have come up. They're really not regulated, and I don't think that they should be regulated generally, because that's kind of the cool part about food trucks, as long as they're conducted on a business property. Now, I think that it's important to distinguish between a food truck, a spontaneous food truck placement, and what we would call a seasonal use, which would be what you see with the, for instance, I don't want to pick on anybody, but the snowy or the ice places. My kids love to go to those, and where those are there for basically April to October, and those require permits. So so there is a need, I think, to clarify that and to define that, and to really provide the ability for us, if certain conditions are met, the food trucks don't impact parking and circulation, they don't impact, to really allow that to occur throughout the business districts in the township, so we encourage more of that activity. Additionally, there may be some other items that the board may want to look at in the text amendment process, notice requirements and things like that on plan amendments or whatever. A lot of those things are codified. A lot of them, there's some instances where they're not required. So there's a lot of instances where they are required, some of them by statute, some of them just through our process, and something that the board may want to take a look at. So if the board would like, I'd like some direction as to what areas of the zoning code that the board would like to see us address if we are going to initiate a text amendment process this year, so.
Go ahead, Mr. Becker.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I guess a complaint I hear the most about is, somebody has got like 2 outbuildings on their property, and they want to put up a third one. And the only way they could do that is to go through the Board of Zoning Appeals. I think it costs like $400 just to roll dice and hope you're successful. Most people don't want to take the chance, so they're kind of frustrated. They don't want to have to tear down, perfectly good storage shed so they could build, another one that's twice the size or something. And I've gone out and looked at some of these properties. Really nice yards, built-in pool, private yards, fences. They want to, he's got a shed here, a shed there. He wants to put one over there. What's the problem? Well, great. What's the problem? So I'd like to see some adjustments, something along those lines. Same thing with chickens, and this was an issue that came up with some legislation in the General Assembly. I had to do an issue with animal husbandry, certainly not an area of my expertise. But where you can have hens, not roosters, and because the roosters, I think, are loud and cause problems. So as long as you don't have roosters, the hens are like not an issue at all. Pets, well, who cares? Let people have them. So I think these kind of discussion needs to be had and kind of loosen up some of these rules where it makes sense. And let's give some flexibility to the people.
I think that sounds good, Mr. Becker. The thing that comes to mind is honestly similar to the nature of what the gentleman earlier spoke to about the aesthetics on the columbarium niches and not having the flower mark, ability, because, that's what the feedback I received previously on the chickens was. It's aesthetics for the township, or it creates issues or creates a nuisance. Well, if it creates a nuisance or an issue, then I think there's ways we can handle and deal with that, because then they're obviously, either operating it outside of the constraints that you can put on it, like you can limit head count, et cetera. So we definitely come up with solutions for the problems that can happen. And anyway, I know we got smart people to work on it, so definitely support that. Mr. Dills?
Just trying to think of, what's the downside to having chickens? I mean, I'm not a farm guy, I don't know, but, I mean, there's a lot of our friends from Rumpke Road here, they have plenty of land. I mean, if they wanted a chicken, I mean, knock yourself out. I'm just trying to picture, so I live in a suburbia neighborhood, right? I mean, I live in.
Your HOA is going to govern you.
Well, actually, I don't have an
Oh,
HOA.
oh, okay.
Luckily.
I
don't have
do,
any.
so yes.
And so, well, HOA is
But yes,
different. I mean,
yes,
you have no
yeah.
control of it, it's
Yeah.
HOA. But I think, I'm trying to think, I mean, sure, I like fresh eggs every day, yeah. But I think my dog would go nuts if my neighbors had chickens, and then am I the nuisance now because it's my dog that's going nuts? But, I don't know. I don't mind chickens. I like them. They're fine. I'm just trying to think of what I don't know, what else, what down, I'm just trying to, I don't know. Somebody with chickens will have to educate me, I guess. And is there any, Mr. Wright, is there any, I'm just gonna use the word silly. Is there any silly zoning laws that are in here? For example, not necessarily a friend, but an acquaintance I met on the campaign trail was like, I've got a big driveway, it's huge, I don't live in an HOA, I drive a semi-truck for a living, and I park my trailer at X, but I cannot drive my truck into my house, even though I have massive parking, and I'm like, it's your land, I mean, it's your living, I wouldn't see a problem with it, I guess, but, that's just an example that I'm thinking of.
Commercial vehicle?
Yeah, like a commercial vehicle. Is there any silly rules that are just like in place just because they're in place?
We took some action previously to sort of strengthen our commercial vehicle parking. So for every case where you do have property where you have significant area and available parking and kind of elbow room, there's, the way that the zoning resolution is written is that it does apply to every lot in the township. And so there are prohibitions on parking commercial vehicles in residential areas right now. We also have some prohibitions on parking vehicles that are not, long-term storage of vehicles in places that are not authorized. Everybody can think of that vacant lot where somewhere where people just kind of deposit the vehicles, and it may have a for sale sign on it, it may not. It's almost one of those things that where it might linger for a while or whatever. So we have some rules like that. By and large, I think if you ask, I heard Mr. Becker say it's really in the eye of the beholder as far as what, one person may find that it's a good, so I think there's probably a need to have some, healthy discussion on that. But every rule that's in the resolution is in there for some purpose. Whether or not that purpose is a purpose that we want to continue forward. The beauty of the zoning resolution is it's a living document, so it can be amended, changed, updated. One thing that I will point out, that when you do amend a zoning code, if you go more restrictive, you have the potential to create nonconformities, which nobody likes nonconformities. We really don't want to do that. I think what I heard from Mr. Becker with the accessory buildings, if you went less restrictive, and we'd have to write the resolution to where it does not really create a nonconformity. So what we have now would really be minimum standards then, and then look to loosen those restrictions further potentially. And then, we'll look at the administrative sections of the code. How do we provide notice? How do we do those things? And take a look at that. And if there's anything that the board wants to see in that regard, I mean, I can look at that as well as far as the zoning code goes. And what I would envision is kind of what I'm hearing now is I got some kind of hot button issues that we can at least draft. If there's anything else that you want us to take a look at, I can certainly do that as well. So.
Okay.
No more further discussion, gentlemen?
The other thing that came to mind, driveways. This is some I heard about on the campaign trail, and as a state representative, I was contacted by people with gravel driveways. And I guess what I find a little frustrating is because there's plenty of examples in Union Township of junk cars, junk yards, you know, that are clearly blighted and we need to do something about. And, you know, when we're, you know, sending people nasty letters because, you know, they expanded their driveway and it's gravel, it's like, give me a break. I mean, come on, why are we doing this? So, yeah, I think we need to take a look at that as well.
Yeah. And no, I appreciate Mr. Becker, and it's a great point as far as the fact that we always will have the instance for zoning inspections when there's, you know, that's an issue. We have nuisance abatement procedures already in place for properties that are in disrepair. So with that, gentlemen, I'll move to closed discussion. And Mr. Wright, did you need a motion to support your ability to move forward?
No,
with-
we can
Okay.
just bring that to the board for
Okay.
consideration. We'll continue to research those and prepare a resolution for the board at some point.
Okay. All right, gentlemen, moving forward to item H at this time. The ARPA, let's see, get all my nomenclature correct here.
It's a mouthful.
Well, it's SLF, all right, the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Funds Program. And what's required with that for future projects and steps. Item H, Mr. Wright, I'll let you introduce the discussion, but essentially it's just fundamentally a formality here that we've got to appropriate it.
Yes, so we have, I believe that in the amended appropriation resolution before the board this evening, Mr. Campbell has updated that further to reflect all of our SLFRF funding that we will get. And there was, for the board's consideration, there was a final rule released by Treasury that will be effective April 1st, but it takes a proactive approach in that regard, and that basically, originally, there was a smaller threshold on NEU, which is a non-entitlement unit of local government, which is what Union Township is, where we receive our funds through the state. And there was a general loss revenue calculation that you could have. Now, the final rule has increased that to, I think, 10 million. And so anything under 10 million can be considered to take the standard calculation. We've had our law director look at and provide kind of a non-exhaustive list of funds or list of purchases that would qualify under that, and then also have forwarded that information to our financial, the guy that does our financial reporting for us to take a look at it from an audit perspective to backstop that. But you know, for each project, there's a requirement for the township to adopt a resolution that claims the standard calculation and then declares a project. And in that resolution, there's some items that we have to provide. There is a resolution for the board this evening for the SCBA breathing apparatuses, which would qualify specifically. But there's some other items that, and if I could, I'd turn it over to Mr. Campbell. He has a good grasp on kind of some other pressing needs that we might have for the board's consideration, kind of to think about as we think of the disposition and kind of have some healthy discussion about those funds moving forward. Because the board will need to adopt a resolution specifically each time we decide to spend and then appropriate those funds.
Yeah, so Mr. Wright is correct. We attended a webinar, and basically they come out with a standard rule, and then from that is a standard allowance that they're calling it. So it's up to 10 million. Union Township got $5,080,000. So one of the ideas that, you know, they want to throw out as funding here, and, you know, we've talked about it before, but basically our safety services fund are still underfunded. We're in deficit spending with safety services to the tune of about $2 million a year. So, you know, and I'm appreciative of the township, the residents passing the levy, that helps. I mean, I'm forever grateful for that. But if you follow the accounting piece of it here, we supplement salaries with special revenues, like our TIF districts, our JEDs. Those are allowable to pay salaries. Also, we can pay salaries out of general fund. I don't believe that's a good idea, but it is out there, and being fully transparent. One of the things that we could do that's approved in here is use this for township salaries, including our safety services. The idea being there, if we did allocate those funds or part of those funds to salaries, then we would be out of deficit spending, that we wouldn't have to take money from other funds to make up the difference. So, it's just a thought. I want to bring it forward to the board, let you guys think about it. Right now, we don't have a resolution adopted for that. I haven't earmarked any salaries in the new fund. Everything has to be tracked. It's, if you follow my report I send you guys, every 2 weeks, it's Fund 50. We'll track it through that. And when we talk about salaries, that is one thing that gets the eye of everyone. So we get audited those standards. People pay attention to salaries. So it's just a thought that I wanted to put out tonight, so you guys can think about it. Let me know your feelings. We can make a motion or whatever down the road. But just be cognizant of that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we're on discussion time frame, so gentlemen, do you have any comment? I'll kick off something while you're,
Go ahead.
so, Mr. Campbell, yeah, thank you. With that, it's kind of twofold. One thing Mr. Wright had described is that there is for adoption of the air packs tonight, which is basically, it is a kind of a critical safety of life equipment for our fire and EMS. So with that, to me, that is something I'm able to, feel supported to be able to. It's not something that was budgeted for previously. Now, thank you for putting forward the question that you're seeing as far as the how you want to look forward at the funding. It's something I've been thinking of for a while. Back in November, it's OTA conference, and we're recognizing that the federal government was looking at, again, if they're going to be able to change the legislation on this to make the increase to $10 million, so that it can be essentially be more flexible for the township use. So it's good to see that. However, it's still at the commitment time, I think, of 2024. And I did say at the time that we definitely would want to receive more public input. And so that's something I'm going to still stand on to receive. But you're making the issue of what the problem is. And so I think that that's something, again, when we get all the information out there, it's part of the way these gentlemen are armed with information. So when I do talk with the public, you have that information. So thank you for sharing that tonight. That's all I have for my portion of the discussion on that. So Mr. Dills or Mr. Becker, and we'll keep trying to move things forward too.
So, hey, Chief, how long do those last?
The air packs?
Just the ballpark.
Let me just phrase it this way. They'll last, obviously, as long as they work, but the I think, recognized, accepted standard is probably 2 revision cycles of the air packs. They go through every 5 years, a revision on the standards, and the normal time frame is 2 of those revision cycles. So to answer your question, it's 10 years is the recognized standard for when you ought to be replacing those packs.
So if we buy those, we're good for the next 10 years, roughly, for the department.
For the air packs? That's correct.
Okay.
And we can in the next 10 years basically go ahead and actually budget for it, which was not previously done. So we can budget, set aside a maintenance or reserve account so that in 10 years' time it will be planned for. Correct?
Yeah, certainly.
Yes.
And we do that similar, that you approved a purchase order tonight for 11 sets of turnout gear. That's where that is. They're on a 10-year cycle as well. We replace 11 sets a year. Everybody gets a new set. Within 5 years, they have a second set. So when there's a set they use a set, it's in the washer or dryer, they have a second set. But that's same basic principle that that fund is set aside, and they're replaced on a regular interval. The air packs have never been done that way.
Yeah. So I encourage public feedback. I'm torn on this. We got $5 million from the federal government for the coronavirus relief, and we are $2 million shy on our salary and wages for our police and fire. And even though we passed the new levy, what do we do? You know, you know, I've heard people say, you know, Miami Township has a football field for our youth and everything, and they do a lot of events out on Miami Meadows, and Union Township doesn't have one. I've heard, you know, different things we can do. I've heard give it back to the citizens. I've heard, you know, what do we do? So, I'm torn on this. You know, if you go to the Union Township website, you can email all of us. I encourage feedback on this, because I'm torn on it. So, you know, so I agree with Mr. Logue to, hopefully we get some public input and we can gauge the temperature a little bit on it. But makes sense what you say, Mr. Campbell, as well. We don't want to take it out of the general fund either. So, I get it. And we definitely don't want to, you know, all of our real estate taxes just went up because they got reassessed by the auditor every 7 years. Right?
Yeah,
And so-
the 6, and that's,
Or 6, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And, you know, all of our property taxes gone up, so we can't do a new levy. At least I'd like to not to. It's a last resort, and so,
and that's aligning and conforming the actual
Yeah.
property value that's there. It's not the auditor arbitrarily raising taxes. The auditor is actually really handcuffed to what the auditor
Oh,
can do. They're
yeah,
tied to, I'm
yeah.
just clarifying for,
yeah.
to what they can do. They follow the letter of the law, but.
So, I mean, I just remember we had several people last year come to the podium and say, what should we do with this $5 million gift that we were given, and, yeah, I mean, because how long will that last? If we give $2 million of the $5 million to the salary and wages, what does that get us through?
Well, that gets us through this year without having to rely on any other fund to do that.
And then what do we do next year?
And then next year,
Yeah.
you could potentially do the same thing.
Yeah.
So just a little background on this, what the intent was all along was to use the TIFs and the JES to supplement the safety services stuff after we got the laws changed where we could use it for salaries. But you're all very aware that the big TIFs are pretty much done for the township, so eventually they're gonna run out. And we need to look at some supplemental plan that's gonna take care of this deficit for us without taxing the residents. I mean,
Yeah.
it's-
And Mr. Campbell, I mean, and that's one thing on the, you know, where Mr. Dills is at on that as well too, as far as I firsthand look at the funding there for capital budget items like the air packs, which is something I'll clarify. I think what you're saying is the $2 million for salaries versus the air packs, the 500,000 for the air packs, because that's a life-sustaining
Oh, yeah,
equipment
yeah,
for the,
right, yeah.
there's two different subjects there.
Yeah.
Now, that's a capital investment versus the salaries, which is the difficult thing, because it's essentially a Band-Aid for 2-3 years out. Then what do you do? And my interest has always been, what is the long-term planning for when these TIFs fall off the books, and that we're in a healthy condition moving forward? So it's a bigger conversation as far as a strategic initiative on that, and to look at it, but, and that's something where I welcome Township Administrator's operating budget that's going to look at those plans moving forward to help us, but, no, I appreciate Mr. Campbell. And Mr. Dills, you have another comment?
Yeah, just,
I wanna move us
something to
to-
think about is, if you want to, we could potentially have a special meeting, and, where it's simply, that's all, we pump it out to the public to come, give their give their feedback, and so we can discuss it openly. It's a big decision, I mean, you know, so, something to think about, so.
Yeah, good thought. Mr. Becker, anything this time, or I will continue moves forward with the
On those
resolutions?
breathing apparatus things, Chief Diamond, how old are the current ones that we're looking to replace?
So we have some that exceeded 10 years last year that were taken out of service. We have some that will be at 10 years this year, and then we have some that are less than 10 years. So one of the situations we have now is that the style and type of air pack that we're currently using, they don't make anymore. So we're gonna get in a situation that if we don't replace all of them, that we're gonna have a mix and match of breathing apparatus. And when you mix and match, you got at least 2 military guys sitting
Yeah,
there.
you don't have conformity.
Well, and
standard.
so the mask, for example, the
Yeah.
mask itself of
Yep.
the self-contained is gonna be different between the pack we currently have and the pack we new have. So now I'm gonna issue at least 2 masks to every employee, and heaven help the guy that's got the wrong mask to the wrong bottle or something. You got a mismatch of, he's got the wrong one, or he changes stations, and this station's got a newer pack and that station's got an older pack. So it has to do about effectiveness and efficientness of operations and the safety, that we don't allow that to be an option for a guy to have the wrong face piece with the wrong mask. So we can't buy a limited number of the existing type, and just replace the ones that are at or beyond 10 years, because I can't match them.
That makes sense to me. So, okay, so when you get the new ones, what do you do with the old ones? Do you go in the garbage, or you get
Well,
sent to a third world country, and what happens?
you know, that, yes and yes. I mean, there's no doubt that there's probably some use for those. There are, you know, we get requests on a regular basis even for fire hose, turnout gear, SCBA's from people that literally go and train people in other countries that have nothing. And you could gift those to them. You can't use those, you can't sell those, you can't, you shouldn't, I won't say you can't, give them to another department if we're concerned about their age and how safe they are. But when you're talking about gifting them to another country that says, it's like turnout gear. Having turnout gear that's 10 years old versus having nothing, they welcome that with open arms, because some protection is better than none.
I think.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. This time I'll close that discussion on item H. We'll move to item I, approval of resolutions. So I'll entertain a motion to adopt Resolution 2022-04, the CDBG 2022 grant application authorization, authorizing the filing of an application for the CDBG funds. Do I have a second?
Yeah,
Or a motion, I'm sorry.
I'll motion.
Second.
All right, I'll open it for discussion. Let me just lead off real quick on this one. Mr. Wright, thank you for putting this together. This is something, as I've driven around the township often, looked at all our parks, and over the last couple of years, Klepper Park's one that always comes to mind. I've gotten several pictures of the playgrounds there where they're just flooded in standing water, and the water runoff is uncontrolled. And we've got worn out and torn playground equipment. And, that's something, it's a community development block grant. I had discussions with the county on this. They award the block grants, but it allows you to invest dollars that they basically match us when we decide we want to do a project, like enhancing one of the features in the parks, like the playgrounds, that they can put money down for us to help, and specifically targets low to moderate income and the location around it. So what that does is it's an investment in your community, and that's dollars from the county that we can be a force multiplier, basically, to enhance and improve our community and be able to take care of items that have fallen into disrepair and make a better community amenity. So I appreciate all your work on that, and it was a tight timeline. We have to pass this resolution, if the board supports that, to be submitted to the county for their review, I believe, on February 11th. So.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call,
Roll
Mr.
call. Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, Resolution 2022-06. This is a resolution adopting the standard allowance for the ARPA SLURF funds, adopting the standard allowance for the funds for the specific purpose of advancing the purchase of self-contained breathing apparatus replacement devices for conducting emergency life safety and firefighting operations in Union Township. And again, that's the follow-up of the conversation we just had, specifically just for the air packs for the fire. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Or no discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Roll call. Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Congratulations, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much.
Resolution, gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion for adopting Resolution 2022-08. This will be a permanent appropriations resolution approving the amended 2022 permanent appropriation resolutions for Union Township. And again, this ties back to the funding received. Do I have a motion?
This is for the 2 million?
Not for the 2 million. This is just, do I have a second, and then we can open it for
Yes,
discussion?
I'll motion.
Second.
All right, so discussion on that, either Mr. Wright or Mr. Campbell, do you want to speak to the 2022-08
Sure.
resolution?
So we got our amended certificate back from the county certifying all funds and what's available. So all I did was went in and trued all the accounts to the new certificate. And the one major thing we did was take the gun purchase, we're gonna take that out of the federal drug money. So we moved that from the police Fund 9 to Fund 22.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's a good expenditure. You know, sometimes we can get no revenue for the federal drug money. Sometimes we get a lot. Just so happened, I sent in the permanent appropriations, and the next day we got some money in. We never know when we're gonna get it, and I don't know how to estimate it, but when we get it, we just amend the certificate and the appropriations like I do all year long. And when you look at it, it's a truer understanding of what we're spending our money on. So I would appreciate it if we could pass that tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Any further discussion, gentlemen? Roll call, Mr. Campbell.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, gentlemen, on to, yes.
I would, one other item, with the successful passage of we'll call it the SLURF funds there for the breathing apparatus. The chief has been able to locate those through the HGAC, what does that stand for, Chief?
It's the Houston Galveston Area Council of Governments. It's a buying group. So ordinarily, you know, obviously with a purchase over 50,000, if we can buy it through state bid, it's already been bid, and we buy it off state bid contract. For whatever reason, and nobody's ever been explain it to me, the self-contained breathing apparatus are not on any kind of state bid contract. We got in legal counsel an opinion that we could buy these through this HGAC, which is a government-to-government procurement process. It's been in place for over 30 years, and it's really a formal bid process extended to local governments. It involves 7,000 members, governments, district agencies in 49 states in the nation. So really the only thing that we would need is to join that as a member of that procurement group, easy for me to say, through the cooperative purchase of that group. So if the board would authorize whomever, Corey Wright in this case, I assume, to just join that, to authorize him to join that as a membership. I don't believe there's any cost involved with Union Township, but somebody here has to be authorized to join that procurement group as a member.
Okay. Gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion at this time to authorize Mr. Corey Wright, the interim township administrator, to enter into any contractual agreements with the Houston Galveston buying group for the air packs acquisition.
That was impressive. I memorized it.
Yeah, I'm impressed
So-
too.
so moved.
Second.
Contract negotiator by trade, so.
Listen closely.
We got a second, and
Very good. Roll call.
roll call, no further discussion. I have one comment on that, I'll say, though, Mr. Dowling. I'd say the air pack manufacturers probably had a really good lobbyist once, and the standard continues to change, and there's no government procurement mechanism, so you have to go direct to them, and now you have these creative solutions like the Houston Galveston buying group. So it's just, I'm not speaking for the board, I'm speaking for myself personally. They had good lobbyists. In discussion. Roll call, please.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. All right, we are, that was an addition, but Mr. Campbell, are we, did we close out 2022-08? We did, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay, thank you. All right, so that was the last addition on, now we're at comments from board members, and we're at 8:13. I've got a comment that I want to share, and I've got two other updates, gentlemen. I'm going to keep myself as quick as I can here, and I'll just ask that we do the same. There's one thing I want to clear the air on, and that's in regard to special counsel. In 2022, I asked for a communication plan and measure of successes on TIFs, and that, frankly, it was not formally supported. Now in 2022, we've been able to hire Bricker and Eckler, who is the top economic development law firm in the state and potentially the nation, to provide this independent review of TIF agreements, because as they term it, they can go find the money and help find, shortfalls of things, as Mr. Campbell was alluding to earlier. They can renegotiate them, et cetera, and look at a strategic path forward on those type of agreements. Their great work has also moved forward now into other areas, as an independent review of standard operating procedures of the prior administrator and board coming under scrutiny on January 3rd, I believe it was Monday before we even had our public meeting, when a claim in court was submitted for records that were requested during Christmas Eve and delivered on December 29th. So they were an independent review of that standard operating procedure because, again, this board had not even had the opportunity to have a public meeting at that time. Additionally, their services were needed to review vague contract language that our current law director was unable to review because of a conflict of interest with our outgoing administrator. Additionally, their services were needed to assist in transition planning, an item I have sought for 2 years on all key positions. Government is bigger than any single individual. One key position is the law director contract, which was last signed by our outgoing administrator, Mr. Ken Geis, and Mr. Barbier, which I believe, Mr. Wright, was that 2003? 2003 or 2002?
2002, I believe, sir.
It has automatically renewed for nearly 20 years and had created a special part-time employee with the full-time benefits such as health care and Ohio pensions, OPERS, for retirement. I believe I'm the first trustee in nearly 20 years to see this contract, as it was also the first time Mr. Wright saw the contract, and he's been with the township for 17 years. So just to clear there, that's part of the reason of bringing special counsel on to help provide independent reviews of situations that we, as a board, need to have legal opinion and representation on. Further, my other two comments now, gentlemen, great to be able to share that information with you. Let's see, here's my quick note, sorry. We had a really exciting day last Monday. I just had a baby, so the thing's kind of blur right now. This is last Monday. Treasurer Sprague, Ohio State Treasurer Sprague came to the township, and it was, their team was really impressed. It was an official visit. We met with local constituents and business owners over at Everything Bagels, and we progressed to a private one-on-one meeting with Mr. Kerry Byrne to talk about TQL and where they have been and how we can continue to work and work together, and just their model of culture that they have and their winning culture that they have. Then from there, we progressed to a Chamber of Commerce roundtable session with local businesses. And from there, we progressed to a ribbon cutting for a financial credit union, SinFed, that opened up next to Jungle Gyms. We then progressed to a tour with Phil Adams, the Director of Development Operations for Jungle Gyms, which was a great behind-the-scenes tour of Jungle Gyms, and RJ Cinemas with Bob Slattery and Rick Welker, the owners and operators of RJ Cinemas. From there, we then progressed to tour Station 53, to give great credit to the fire department, and the fiscal officer met us there as well to talk about Ohio Checkbook and all the great things we've done there, and some abilities that we can connect with the treasurer in the future on potentially being able to improve our bond rating and our credit rating, basically, through some of the products that they offer. So all in all, it's a great way to highlight Union Township to a statewide office holder, and that helps bring attention here. Back up a week prior to that, I took time away to go to the Ohio Township Association Conference and attended a multitude of different classes that they had. That Keith Favor was a head speaker there, and I completed a certificate there on the day of for public records training as well, which is great to do it in person with, there's 1,308 townships in Ohio, and this was a huge conference, and it's really one of the first times that Union Township has participated and engaged to be in that kind of dynamic environment with best practices where things are being presented to you. I met with a lot of, other townships that were there, other vendors that were there, and exhibitors, and I can tell you there was just a buzz and an energy, and these people, they know of this leadership team, and they're excited for Union Township, and they're excited for the direction that we're going, and it's a great credit to all the department heads and the employees. It's just, it's great to be able to have that collaboration out there in the community. Mr. Taylor, I heard recently Colerain Township has come over to look at your department to look at best practices, and there's a lot of that I get from interacting with these other leaders that go to these conferences, et cetera. So it's a great way to put the township out to people in the community. So with that, I wrap up my comments. 6 minutes, I apologize, but a lot to cover there. So Mr. Dills or Mr. Becker, if you have any additional comments at this time?
Mr. Vice Chairman, go ahead first.
That's good, Mike. First I wanted to say, Mr. Logan, to your wife, Kristen, congratulations on your new baby girl, Elena Nicole. Is that correct?
Elena Nicole,
Elena
correct.
Nicole, congratulations,
Thank you.
brother. Appreciate it.
Thank
Yeah, and now listen, I know you're going to lose a lot of sleep, and you're going to be like a walking zombie, and life's going to be very difficult. So I just want you to know that if you ever need a babysitter or baby duty at any time, day or night, you can call Mr. Becker, and he will help you. And he'll be there for you, so.
Appreciate it, that's great.
I wanted to say our sincere condolences for Dennis Nichols' family. He was a longtime administrator for Batavia who recently passed away. So I just wanted to.
I did not know that.
Yeah, we did, and just he's in our thoughts and prayers for their family. I have received quite a few feedback about our change from Thursdays to Tuesdays and going to one meeting per month. All positive, not one negative. And the thing is, for example, I'm going on a long trip at the end of this month, a long weekend trip, and it's difficult when you have meetings on Thursdays, whereas if you have Tuesdays, it's a little bit easier. But as long as Mr. Campbell and our department heads, Mr. Taylor, our chiefs, and Mr. Wright think that we are good and we can conduct business and not skip a beat, I say we continue on and press on. And I did get good feedback. So Mr. Logue talked about the meetings that he went to last Monday. I could not be here last Monday because I was in Kansas City watching the Bengals win, and Who Dey. And so I just wanted to share this experience real quick. So it's completely non-township business, but I got to tell you, it was the neatest, just coolest, amazing experience ever. When we won in overtime, it was just so neat because we were in the upper part of the stadium. And we're surrounded by nothing but Bengals fans up there in the very top. And by the way, it's the loudest stadium, from my understanding, in the world. They broke the decibel record, and so it was the loud. I lost my voice just talking to my buddy that was with me because I was trying to talk to him and I had to yell. But what was so neat was there was this up top. There was older-ish, maybe 70-ish, and big guy. And when we kicked that field goal and won, this guy was laying on the steps just crying, bawling his eyes out. And and I know this day and age, it appears like we're divided. You got Democrat and Republican, you got Trump and Biden, racial tensions and all that. I got to tell you something. At that game, it didn't exist. It didn't exist. I mean, just strangers, black, white, male, female, didn't matter, young, old. I mean, we were all hugging and high-fiving, and it was just awesome. And so just a really cool experience. I really hope and think that we got a good shot this Sunday. But just thought I'd share that, Cincinnati needs this. Cincinnati needs this. It's good. It's good for our town, and it's bringing us together. So that's all I got, Mr. Logue.
Thank you, Mr. Dills. I have one comment, though, I'll add on that, but Mr. Becker?
Oh, I can't top any of that, but a question for you, Mr. Chairman. That little girl of yours, is she Daddy's girl already?
Oh, my gosh, I mean,
I can imagine.
oh, my gosh, it was, yeah, she's phenomenal. So now we have 3 kids, 3 and under right now as we speak. So you guys have all seen me have 2 in the 2 years that I've been here. So, but yeah, she is, we're all loving on her. She is very sweet. She's very sweet. 8 pounds, 2 ounces, and came a couple weeks early there, but she's absolutely perfect, so thank you.
I just think that's awesome. I mean, every daddy needs a girl.
Oh,
And, my daughter, she'll be daddy's girl forever. That will never change. A couple other things, and welcome back, Chief Diamond. We missed you. I know you had an incident, you missed the last meeting. Glad that worked out well for you. Glad to have you back. Also, the topic came up about OTA, Ohio Township Association. I worked with them for 8 years as state representative. I got a ton of respect for them. Awesome organization. Been working with them as a trustee as well, and I've only great things to say. So the experience you had, I get it. I know these people, and they're great. Also, so another thing. I got 8 years of war stories to tell from Columbus, and we're on a gun topic. This was something that was, at least interesting to me. So being familiar with the gun laws and where you can and can't carry a firearm, while during those 8 years in the General Assembly, they instituted metal detectors for people coming into the building. And I think they have signs on it that say no guns allowed to begin with. And the sign, like the one that's in front of our building, it's only a reference to concealed carry, not open carry. So the way the laws read, and I reference this Ohio Revised Code 9.68A, it pretty much says guns are legal everywhere unless somewhere in the Ohio Revised Code it specifically says otherwise. So, like a public library or this building or the county administration building, those are classified as other government buildings. So in those other government buildings, open carry is allowed unless the powers that be allow concealed carry, which brought me to this question. Why then, in the State House and the Rife Center is where the state representatives had their offices, and the same at the Rhodes Tower where you have like the Secretary of State's office, Attorney General, they're all over there, other state office buildings. Why are they having metal detectors and keeping guns out of the building? So I called our Sergeant at Arms, he's our chief security guy, and I asked him that question. I said, if somebody walks in this building carrying a rifle or a sidearm, I mean, you're going to escort them out, and if they refuse to leave, you're going to arrest them. My question is, what is the legal authority for escorting them out of the building? He didn't know. I asked several people that question. Nobody knew. So I got a hold of the experts on this, and these are the people who have educated me for 8 years. And it's just an awesome organization. It's called LSC, Legislative Services Commission. And there are attorneys, research analysts, bureaucrats that write the bills for the legislature. We tell them what we want, and they figure it out and put it together for us and give it to us, and we do edits and we want this change or that change. And they do a great job. So I asked them that question. So, I said, our Sergeant at Arms can't tell me how we're keeping guns out of this building or cite the legal authority. Can you find something? So I can't find anything in the Ohio Revised Code. It turns out it's in the Ohio Administrative Code. What the hell is that? It's just some rules that were created by the Speaker of the House, and at least for caps, what's called the cap square, it'd be those government buildings, and the Senate President, where they have a rule that says you can't have guns. Which brings back to, 9.68A says you can, unless specifically it says otherwise. So, I'm thinking all this time, if somebody walks in with a gun, they get arrested, and they got their attorney with them. I don't see how the state can win that case, because a rule in the Ohio Administrative Code does not supersede the Ohio Revised Code any more than the Ohio Revised Code supersedes the Constitution. So that's kind of the pecking order. So that's just one of my many stories from Columbus. I'll wrap it up here. So, and something else I like about this board that we have that I have not seen in years gone by with trustees is this open discussion that we have. I really like that. Yeah. And something I would like to kind of double down, and it gets into what Vice Chair was talking about a little bit with the with how to spend the money on this COVID money and getting the public involved. And something I'm interested in doing, I don't know if this is a good idea, but it's an idea, is having periodically, I don't know, maybe it's once a month, maybe it's once a quarter, maybe it's never, kind of an informal work session where it's still a formal meeting, meaning it'll be announced, it'll be televised, there's going to be minutes, and it would just be the four of us, the elected officials, and have it down there with you guys. And have it more kind of a town hall type of thing for some free flowing of ideas, so we can kind of have some more casual discussion. I think that would be beneficial. So it's something we can consider talking about.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Mr. Becker. Working sessions is something that I have seen successful, at least as an opportunity that is with other townships, other places that do it. And that's one of those things in the last few years that I've said, well, we don't really do those. That's, like you said earlier, it's never just because it's always been done that way. So I think it's a great thing, and, I think from time to time where you look at that, maybe you get a working schedule or working session on the books, and it could be quarterly or it could be 6 months. I kind of envision that with an overall larger objective of putting together a strategic plan and then how we execute towards that. But that's part of that feedback and that cycle on that. So that's.
I'm only in
So I
favor.
appreciate the sentiment. Yes, no, absolutely, yeah. No, we bring the team and the resources on it, actually, so, that's how I would handle it, or want to move it forward, but, that's the last comment I have on that. The only thing I was gonna say with you, do you have something to add to
I was
this?
just saying, the only way I'm gonna attend, John, is if you bring food, okay, for everyone. Just kidding, go ahead, yeah,
No,
Maybe, bring cookies or something.
go ahead.
we can keep this going all night long, though, frankly, because the township does have the ability to actually do like coffee and refreshments and things like that, so it's, there's something, I was just looking at another township, they just had this in part of their organizational meeting where they authorized $2,500 for the year for coffee and refreshments for stuff like a working committee where citizens come together every Saturday and then they go pick up trash, and, well, the township's like, here's your vest, here's your coffee, here's your water, here's a snack bar, how you facilitate that. So, last thing I was just say to you, Joe, is the Houday story, that's great. Earlier in the season, after the Bengals' first couple early losses, one thing I really like to do is watch all the post-game interviews with players. And what really stood out to me versus the prior years was every player, didn't matter who it was, they were all on the same page with what how they're executing to the overall vision and mission of the Bengals organization in total. And it's like you just knew and you saw that culture. That's a winning culture. They're going to start winning. That is a winning culture right there when they know what they can obtain and work towards. And I think it's something that everyone can always learn from, organization, but I think it's a great story when you look at that. I mean, that's an incredible turnaround that you see right now happening. So with that, gentlemen, closed comments from the board, a couple quick upcoming events. Post office, again, this time that we have with COVID, post office continues to be open for business during normal hours. Civic Center offices are open to the public for zoning permits and general information. The parks remain open to the public. Township offices are closed in observance of President's Day on Monday, February 21st, 2022. And at this time, I'll entertain a motion to enter executive session pursuant to Ohio Revised Code 121.22G as follows. Item 1, to consider the compensation and/or dismissal of a public employee or official pursuant to Ohio Revised Code, Section 121.22G1. Do I have a motion?
So moved?
Second.
Discussion? Not for that one. Mr. Campbell, call a roll.
Roll call, Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
We're in executive session at 8:31 PM.
1 hour meeting, you're right.
Well, you gotta have aggressive goals.
Live.
All right, gentlemen, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to come out of executive session with no action taken at 10:15 PM.
So moved.
Second.
No discussion. Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Roll call, Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, gentlemen, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to terminate existing contract for Law Director Larry Barbier and direct Township Administrator to provide 60 days written notice of same as required by existing contract.
So moved.
Second.
Gentlemen, discussion?
Yes.
Yes?
Read the motion again.
Motion to terminate existing contract for Law Director Larry Barbier and direct Township Administrator to provide 60 days written notice of same as required by existing contract.
Yeah, I have some comfort issues with going down that road.
Okay. Nothing on mine. No discussion.
Okay. I'll
Roll call.
close discussion and roll call.
Roll call, Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
No.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, gentlemen, at this time, I entertain a motion to direct Township Administrator to negotiate and secure a replacement contract with Larry Barbier ending on 12/31/2022, which shall include a waiver of the 60-day notice requirement upon dual execution of same with the title of Assistant Law Director and preserving other existing benefits under prior agreement through 12/31/2022.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Barbier's been our law director for, 20 years, I think. I haven't personally spoken to him about this change. I guess if I had, maybe I would feel differently, but since I haven't had that discussion, I'm just not comfortable with doing this.
Okay. I would have been well stated, I guess, in the prior motion. We did receive a written letter of intent to retire at the end of the year from Mr. Barbier. So my position on this is this establishes and sets a clear pathway for good government for transitioning from one law director who intends to retire at the end of the year to a new law director that's going to be able to pick up the new cases that come and will be able to work with those moving forward. And that's, this is something that Mr. Barbier told me he's happy to support and work for the township as under a new contract remaining through 12/31/2022, since recognizing the previous contract was one that automatically renewed for 20 years, and we probably are the first board to ever review it or look at it. So I'll end discussion there if there's nothing else.
You're good.
Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
No.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. At this time, gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion to adopt 2022-09, appointing Brody Conover as Law Director for Union Township with effective date coinciding with the termination of the existing Law Director's contract.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Well, this is kind of a package, and I don't have any issues with Brody or his law firm. Again, it's just a comfort level I have without having had a personal discussion with our current law director. I'm just not comfortable with any of this.
Okay.
Just making my feelings known for the record.
Okay, that is fair. Yeah, no, that's fair.
I'll say something.
Yep.
Mike. We appreciate Mr. Barbier's service, and I think it was a good olive branch for him to extend, for him to offer to stay on, and he's retiring at the end of the year. I do think Mr. Conover's law firm is much more verse for the direction that Union Township wants to take. We have big, big projects ahead of us, big projects. And their law firm is, in my opinion, one of the best in Ohio, and there's no doubt they can handle it. And so Mr. Barbier has been great. He'll serve out his 20 years. It'll be a warm transition, and I'm comfortable with this decision. So.
Thank you. I agree with you, Mr. Dills. I'll end discussion there. And roll call, Mr. Campbell.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
No.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Gentlemen, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to authorize Township Administrator to negotiate and secure a contract with Mr. Brody Conover and Bricker and Eckler for Law Director Services consistent with the rate and fee schedule provided.
So moved?
Second?
Any discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I think I would be, it just seemed to me, again, if I'd had a private or personal conversation with Mr. Barbier, maybe I'd have a different opinion, but not having had that conversation with him, it seems to me the better course of action is to, understanding he's retiring at the end of the year, to allow him to keep his title as a law director through the end of the year. It's like, when you're bringing in a new sheriff, demote the existing sheriff down to deputy, and until he hits retirement day. So, that just kind of, I guess, further helps explain my issues and my series of no votes here.
I can understand your perspective with that. I was afforded the opportunity to be able to speak directly with Mr. Barbier and gain his feedback that he plans to retire at the end of the year. I've talked a lot about transition planning. I was taken a little surprised by that information to be generated when we're already into the year as it is. I would have anticipated that earlier in the year. And there's been opportunity there's been an opportunity, I guess, to be able to address that and just professionalize the transition of changes there. And that's all I'm looking to do for this township because to me, it's continuity of operations. And it's probably just a military thing in my mind as far as having good process in place. Appreciate Mr. Barbier's 20 years of service to the township. He's told me, and I'll reiterate, he's happy to stay on as he determined as assistant law director to help in the transition to the new law director. And, that is something that he's interested to pursue. And we're able to afford him the ability to have full-time employment benefits, which is, I think, a phenomenal package as we move forward, and we have a new law director that's going to go beyond 2022. So, Mr. Dills, you have any comment?
Yeah, we keep reiterating the same thing, so,
Yeah.
because all these motions have to do with each other. So, basically, there's too many conflicts of interest with Mr. Barbier, things I'm not going to get into the weeds on, because it doesn't matter at this point, but there was, and there is. And for those reasons, and the fact that I think Brickler and Eckler and Mr. Conover can absolutely handle almost anything we throw at them, and the size of our township, we need a bigger law firm. And, nothing against Mr. Barbier, it is what it is. But I think as a board, we're doing, if you want to call it a nice gentleman, olive branch, if you will. He can have his benefits until the end of the year, which will be his 20-year mark. He retire, hopefully live on a golf course in Florida. But It'll be a warm transition. I do not waver on my decision. Conflicts of interest and that I'm not going to get into, doesn't matter, but bigger and better things. So there we go.
Thank you, Mr. Dills. You know, I guess my final point on that is, Mr. Dills opens that up, is it's, you know, I felt at times during the last 2 years that I did not have that direct support of a law director. And in conversations and in going into contract negotiations, finding out months down the pipe that the law director cannot actually provide legal opinion or review because there was a conflict of interest. To me, it was, that should have been upfront and addressed upfront and should not even have ever been a part of it. And naturally, that's going to be something that's always going to be second thought in my mind. I don't want to have that when I have a legal opinion and representative. So in good conscience, you know, it's that, but it's making the professional transition for the future of the township to something more robust that has, you know, reach of the economic development arms and, you know, the HR and employee arms and being a specialist in, you know, items like the gun bill that you passed earlier this evening. So that I'll close comment unless you have anything further.
I would like to
Yeah,
have one more. So I guess I want to point out that when we first discussed bringing on Mr. Conover and Bricker and Eckler, I supported that decision.
yes.
So just to reiterate, be clear, this has nothing to do with Mr. Conover or Bricker and Eckler. This is strictly about Mr. Barbiere and I guess retaining his title is what it comes down to. And again, if I'd spoken to him, maybe I'd be voting yes on all these, but I have not. And back to that sheriff analogy, or when you have a president that's retiring, he doesn't get demoted to vice president, but before he goes out the door. I'm just not comfortable with this decision, and I think the public needs to know why I'm voting no.
No, and that's that's very fair. I think we've got a great working relationship with this board, so.
Indeed,
It's
absolutely.
fantastic, so
We
with
can agree to
that,
disagree,
absolutely.
and do it
And
agreeably.
you can still babysit the kids.
Yes.
No. So, I think with that closes discussion. Mr. Campbell, roll call?
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
No.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, gentlemen, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to enter into executive session pursuant to Ohio Revised Code 121.22G as follows: to conference with an attorney for the public body concerning disputes involving the public body that are the subject of pending or imminent court action pursuant to Ohio Revised Code, section 121.22G3.
So moved?
Second.
Roll call?
Roll call, Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
This time I'm voting yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
We're into executive session at 10:27 PM.
All right, gentlemen, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to exit executive session with no action taken.
So moved?
Second.
Roll call, Mr. Campbell.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
We're adjourned at 10:48 PM. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll come out of executive session at 10:48 PM. Getting late.
Hopeful thinking. Mr. Gentlemen, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved?
Second.
Roll call.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Now we're adjourned at 10:48 PM.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.